culture and tourism. Then we have Mr. Zacharias Sumbana.
Queria convidar também o senhor Richard Baul, diretor-geral da
Mr. Richard Baul, Managing Director in Natur. He'll discuss the opportunities for investment in the field of tourism in Mozambique. This session will be moderated by Mr. Eduardo Sengo, Managing Director of CTA, who I would like to invite to join us here at the high table. He will be the first CTA and the keynote speech will be by Mr. Jeremias Manus, the assistant to the moderator. We would like to recommend an efficient time management to allow us to have the best of it and to allow us to be able to comply with the program. We believe that
está com pode ter um pouco de ruído.
Está saindo ruído este ali, mas está saindo uma.
Gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to salute you on behalf of Her Excellency, the Minister of Culture and Tourism, who unfortunately could not join us here today to witness this very important moment on the Arab Investment Forum to Mozambique. We would also like to commend and thank you for the invitation addressed to us in order to join you in this event, which aims to boost the growth of investment and business from Arab countries to Mozambique. We understand that our participation is backed by the crossing nature of tourism and the abundance of natural resources we have in the country, as well as its undoubted contribution for the economic growth and for the growth of our population development. Having said that, we greet every attendee to this event, and because time is limited, I will directly move to our key topic: investment opportunities in tourism. I would like to start from the sector profile. Mozambique has an area of 800,000 square kilometers with a coastline of 2,750 kilometers, with very beautiful beaches, with marine biodiversity, with more than 1,200 species of fish in its reefs and corals. It has a vast cultural heritage with key highlights to the Carimbas archipelagos. which is also a biosphere world reserve, and the Bazaruto archipelagos, which is a natural beauty, which hosts species like whales, dolphins, marine turtles, as well as the cultural and material heritage of UNESCO. We are talking about Timbila, Nyawu, and Mapiko dance, which were recently acknowledged. It is worth mentioning that the tourism sector is on the rise and recovery following COVID-19. And in 2023, it recorded a total of 1,153 international arrivals against 700 and 800 for the same time back in 2022. This has resulted in a revenue of $221 million, which added a growth of around 10% as compared to the same period last year. However, the sector contribution, uh, according to the tourism satellite account to GDP, was of only 4%. Given the touristic establishment, we have 252 of these nationwide and 248 travel agencies, out of which only 5 work as tourist operators selling national tourist packages. At investment level, I have to say that following industry and transport, tourism and accommodation have had more approved projects at around 44, and it ranks second in what concerns the job creation with about 17%. Ladies and gentlemen, why invest in our country, and particularly in tourism? Our country has resilient economic development, taking into consideration the enabling business environment. There is a clear relationship between the government and the private sector. By the way, last week we met with the private sector and we were assessing the the tourism plan. It is the government's vision to attract and ensure the entry of big international brands, and we're now negotiating to have hotel chains such as Wanangoli, Amani, one and only, I mean, Amani, Bayan Tree, who already have a lodge in Nampula, which is at the final phase of construction. In relation to tourist attraction, we have a major advantage which makes us different from the neighboring countries, which is the possibility for enjoying the beaches and wildlife in less than 30 minutes distance. I have to recall that Mozambique has got about 25% of its territory with conservation areas. We are located strategically with development corridors that connect us to interland countries. We have port infrastructure in Maputo, Beira, and Nacala, which feed the three regions. The country has 3 international airports in Beira, Maputo, and Nacala, and 5 regional airports. And it also has airlines which connect our country and the rest of the world. And the package for economic acceleration measures, the government has reviewed the entry visa requirements into the country, which led to the passing and implementation of the e-visa, the unilateral exemption for 29 countries in order to promote greater tourists inflow and business inflow. The government has simplified the investment visa granting, and it gives a visa at around $500. One can have a permanent visa or multiple entries, and the possibility to get a residence permit for 2 or 5 years, depending on the investment. The exemption of tax and VAT on goods and equipment, which are part of K class, as well as goods which are part of the following slideshow, are more incentives. We have as an example that it is possible to invest in Mozambique. Still on simplification and the improvement of the business environment, the government has reviewed the Decree 74/2022 of December 30, which passes the regulation of tourists undertakings, restoration and dance halls and beverages, as well as the Decree 83/2023 of 29 December, which passes the functioning of travel agencies and the touristic information professionals. And we have recently launched the integrated management platform for tourist destinations, namely PG Tour, which is for communication between the key stakeholders in the management, promotion, research, procurement, and trading of touristic products. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism is a cross-cutting area, and as such, for its effectiveness and greater competitiveness with the region, there is a need to consider investments not just in physical infrastructure, but also in tourism support services. I'm talking about basic infrastructure such as roads, energy, and sanitation in the main touristic destinations, the development of human capital in the sector. I'm talking about schools, training centers, health care services. I'm talking about clinics for tourists. I'm talking about touristic transport services. This is boats and buses, services for recreation and sports activities, services of shop chains, as well as other rental equipment activities and golf courts. And still under investment opportunities in tourism, it's important to underscore that the development of the master plan of the Krusi Jamal in touristic interest zone is underway, from which there will be investment opportunities in tourism as well as related areas. The requalification of the Tofu beach, where the project design is underway, and we would therefore like to invite all the business community in attendance to engage and benefit from these opportunities. To cut it short, allow me to take this moment to invite you all to visit the investment leaflet, which brings information on the opportunities for investment in the tourism sector. And we encourage you to download this leaflet through the QR code I display. It's also worth noting that for the above mentioned projects, these projects can be explored through these partnerships, SPVs, or that is special purpose vehicles, BOT, the build, operate, and transfer, as well as the award through public tenders. And to those who can extend their stay in Maputo from 8 to 11 August, we are going to have in the Mozambique China's Cultural Center, there will be the International Tourism Fair, which is the showcase of the country's potential in the tourism area. You can display your products and services and establish networks and partnerships with national companies and regional tourism companies and agencies. We conclude inviting you all for a brief virtual uh, tour into Mozambique. And we reiterate the motto that Mozambique needs everyone, tourism needs everyone, and everyone can live on tourism. Thank you very much. Please display the video which showcases the investment opportunities in the tourism sector in Mozambique. Thank you.
Get ready for an unforgettable journey. This is the unspoiled natural beauty of Mozambique, where sandy beaches complement the crystal blue Indian Ocean, where mountains, rivers and wildlife are the backdrop for unforgettable journeys. Join us as we discover what this up-and-coming destination has to offer. This is Mozambique.
Very good morning again. So I'll be moderating this panel, and our head of program has not said how long do we have, but once again, thank you very much. Our theme is investments in the tourism sector, and my colleague was sharing about the investment opportunities. Our approach in this event has been to showcase a success story in the field of tourism. We had selected this particular area where we are. This very complex, as you can see. We also have a similar investment in Pemba. Unfortunately, the person who was going to share with us the success story in Pemba is not around. So, by coincidence, the group which has invested there, even here, is part of the Arab team. But we have people who are quite conversant with this sector, as per the presentation made by the tourism ministry. We have an independent consultant who is Zacharias Sumban, who will tell us more about this sector. We have a representative of Inatur, who is managing director. We have also, so during the presentation by the assistant to the minister, he has allowed us to understand how the tourism sector is based on the steps taken. And he has also said that besides sharing in the tourism sector, in terms of infrastructures as such, and we have to also consider investment in support services for the tourism sector. And this is very important because there are very estimates that show that Mozambique, besides attracting tourists, international tourists, we only retain $125 per tourist per annum, while the average is about 500. So we are retaining about $335 per tourist. Now, we should try to ensure that at least we get an average of at least $375 million. So we have to then think in this perspective, as it has been said by the assistant to the minister. Anyway, let me invite first the General Director of INATUR to share with us some information about the opportunities available in the sector of tourism. And we have then Mr. Sumbani who can share with us how can we then deal with it. Can we proceed as I proposed? Who starts? So we start by Mr. Zacharias Sumban, specializes in tourism development. So we have 1 hour, and so we'll have 10 minutes each. Then we'll have about 25 minutes to discuss with the audience. Very good morning. I hope you can hear me speaking about tourism. I have a presentation which I don't know whether you can beam it. First, I'll speak about the strategic plan. Tourism strategic development plan was involved in the process. What to say? The government of Mozambique has defined 4 priority areas, amongst which tourism is one of the key areas. Why tourism? If we look at it at the global level, tourism is one of the activities that boosts the economic activities worldwide. Why so? Because about 11% of the world's GDP comes from tourism. Direct or indirectly, tourism brings about 30% of services export results from tourism. So if I speak about PIB and tourism, I speak about approximately $7 trillion. I don't know how many countries in Africa would have to sum up their GDPs to come up with that total just out of the this activity, namely tourism. It also promotes investment. Information of the World Heritage Program. Tourism has proven to be the second activity which has attracted most foreign investment in 2023. This is activity that employs about 400 million people, amongst which 60%, 60 to 70% are women. There's nobody who travels without watching shows and eating, whatever. So there's so many activities which are intertwined, and this is what has led Mozambique to consider tourism as part of the areas of focus. But the location of Mozambique is also of great value, as Dr. Manusa has shown that Mozambique has the necessary conditions to become one of the key areas for the development of the country. When we developed the strategic plan, we have determined what would be the path to follow, because at the time we're still discussing about how to go up, how to deal with the gas investments. Gas has a limited span of time, but when it comes to tourism, it is perennial. So in the strategic plan, we thought of it bearing in mind that the country has this potential that it can share whenever we run out of gas, should that time eventually arrive. We know that nature will prevail. We have seen the examples of Seychelles, Mauritius, and many other countries. So the figures we have shared as we drafted the strategic plan, we were aware of certain challenges we had, and we saw that there were possibilities of having about $250 million, or I mean, those were the statistics based on the stock taking. We know that these figures are very, very low. This is one of our handicaps, because in most cases, the data collection is quite limited. Nobody spends less than $100 in Mozambique. So if we have 1 million persons, or just by accommodation, we should have more than that. We have visas, air transport. Air transport, we do not have much challenges. When it comes to the demand for tourism, even internally, we do have difficulties because we indicates clearly what is available where. So the strategic plan aims at providing a guidance in that sense. So we try to have an institutionalized tourism area in public and the private sector. This is something that has all stakeholders involved. So investment was one of the key points of concern, as it was mentioned by Dr. Nyusi, and the managing director of Inatur will also speak to that. We continue to have a great challenge, mainly when it comes to capacity building of our workforce. My colleagues are conversant with that in Mozambique. In Mozambique, it's difficult for you to find in a Mozambican site information to go to Shidengele. But if I go to the site of, say, in South African tourism operator, I may find all the details. So this is something which remains a handicap for us. It is in this context that we have drafted a strategic plan, because we had to draft a strategic plan to be able to move forward. So we had to determine what was necessary to ensure that the tourism sector becomes important, so as to provide to us the figures that we have indicated. We needed to have the macroeconomic and political stability, the image and the brand of the country. Those are critical, because sometimes we have the situations like the situation we have in Cabo Delgado. People thought that what's happening in Cabo Delgado is happening countrywide, and it took a while for people to understand that it is a localized problem. So our provision of accommodation is increasingly better. In the US, they know what is Holiday Inn, for instance. They have some brands which they are familiar with. So it's important to have infrastructures which ought to be improved. So the strategic plan, the tourism strategic development plan, it's not that we don't have the necessary conditions countrywide, but there are places with a greater potential in terms of development, as we can see of Pemba, Kirimbas. We have beautiful islands and connection between wildlife and the seaside culture. Nacala, Mozambique Island is one of the priority areas which has been chosen. Vilankulu, Bazaruto, all that area in Nyambane, there's great opportunities to develop that area. Gorongosa and Chimanimani as an conservation area which can be developed. And of course, Maputo City have the strategic plan, which is defined as a business destination and cultural destination also for shows, museums. We have museums which are at a very developed level of national Maputo Park in Ponta Douro. As for the strategic plan, it defined a phased implementation plan, which is phased. So the yellow line on top, we are speaking about gas, which is the line shows that there's a growth in this sector, so as to ensure that for us to avoid having the curse of the resources, we may use the resources from gas to develop the infrastructures we need, including infrastructures for tourism. So we need to have this focused consolidation. We need to have institutional capacity building, the brand development and promotion. So I have to diversify the tourism sector. So this is how we have to develop, because the following years will ensure just a sustainable development, because we will then have the necessary conditions to ensure that the capacity, institutional capacity of the private sector could then be showing to us what tourism is all about, for us to be able to seize the best opportunity, because we have a country which is, Tanzania is very similar, but what is best for them, they have an institutional capacity. The private sector is very strong. The public sector is also strong up to the district level. They know how to promote tourism. That is what the government has defined. That's what they did from 2016 to 2025. Tourism, besides this strategic plan that we have drafted for 2016-2025, we have a strategy which aims at developing conference centers, exhibition centers. This particular area where we are, we know that we have this hotel, Glory Hotel, and other hotels nearby. So this area here where we are is an area which is identified as an area where we have conference facilities. So the opportunities which are available will be shared. As I said yesterday, what we need the most is institutional capacity. In Mozambique, we hardly have any university that provides high-level tourism training courses. And we need to have the capacity building for practitioners in the tourism sector, as it ought to happen in other areas for infrastructure, branding, ICTs for tourism sector. So this is what I was about to say. So I thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I was giving you a waiver, and I thought that you were going to lengthen the speech, that I was about to cut you off. Anyway, now let us have the presentation about the investment opportunities in the tourism sector. We have seen what is the strategic plan in the tourism sector. So let us discuss a bit about that. the challenge of the first panel is to ensure that we remain on track. So thank you very much, MC. I think that bringing up my presentation after my two lecturers is quite a challenge. And after the video, which has shown the potential that the country has, it is a very good starting point, which will make my life much easier, since most of what I wanted to share with you has been shared in length by those who spoke before me in their presentations. I will therefore focus directly on the investment opportunities available in our country. So I will not, the country is ready to position itself as a preferential destination, tourism destination. This objective is often achieved thanks to what has been presented in our strategic plan, and I think we can skip that point because it has been thoroughly presented. The strategic plan has also been presented. So what I will highlight are the key tourism products that have a great potential for the seaside and sun tourism. We have adventure and we have conservation areas, both onshore and offshore. We have cultural tourism, and mention has been made of the entertainment activities associated with tourism, as mentioned by Dr. Sumbana. The priority areas for development of tourism have been indicated: Niassa for ecotourism, Gorongosa, adventure tourism with connection with Shimanimani, Vilanculos and its connection with Bazaroto, for sun and beach. We have Maputo City for business tourism, cultural tourism, because this is one of the most important sectors in the mass segment. I will then discuss the key development opportunities available in Maputo National Park, which is not far from here. We have great investment opportunities in terms of establishing ecotouristic resorts. We can have at least 100 bedrooms with all safeguards in terms of the load possible in a particular place, and we can, there's bird viewing and marine activities, and this shows the scenic beauty of the Maputo National Park in Tobela Point, the observation of wildlife, and so many potentialities that really are quite enticing for investing in this region. We also have great investment opportunities in Vilanculos, which is establishment of resorts with the capacity of 150 rooms in an area with about 2 hectares in front of them, which can have about $10 million worth of investment, which is a waterfront in Inhambane province. We have investment opportunities in Inhasoro project, which is a reconstruction or requalification of or an existing undertaking with an investment of approximately $9 million. We have in Zambezi province a project for the rehabilitation, requalification of Schwabo Hotel. It is a hotel that it is in a 9 stories building. There's 3 conference rooms, 11 executive rooms, and 48 double rooms. There's a restaurant and a bar. This undertaking is now in an open bidding process to identify a potential investor. It's approximately $8 million investment worth. It is in a very strategic location in Kilimani city with a very privileged view to the river. Another investment opportunity in Jamal for the implementation of integrated tourism development of approximately 1,650 hectares. We will have a presentation of the master plan for investments in this region of Jamal. We have some important characteristics of cruise in Jamal area. We have great opportunities for investment in Pemba city to establish hotels or business centers in about 1,400,000 square meters. We have the description of it can be about 42 units, which can be in hotel accommodation facilities, 15 units with an investment of approximately 12 million in Metangula. By the lakeside, we have great opportunities for the establishment of ecotourism lodges with investments of approximately 3 million in an area of about 50 hectares. This we have some of the great chains which are considering investing in our country. This are some of the investment opportunities that have shown interest in investing in our country, and we are sharing with you here this information. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism avails itself to share with you further details for those of you who may be interested in investing in our country. So we reiterate our invitation because there are plenty of reasons to invest in Mozambique, ranging from the ease of doing business. And we have a very hospitable environment, stability of most of the country, and of course, support by many investment entities. So please visit our country, invest in our country, and thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much. I think that we have handled the presentations. We were able to understand how the tourism sector is, what does the government have in mind, and we have see also a portfolio of investment potentialities, something which is at the tune of about $100 million. So now we are going to move to the stage of interacting among ourselves. So we may, well, this is an investment forum. So the objective here is to discuss about opportunities and see how can such be materialized. So whatever we will be discussing aims at seeing how to materialize what we are discussing about. We have to see how we can work with our potential partners from the Middle East. We have BADEA and other investors, potential investors. So before we move on to the direct interaction with the participants, I will simply bring up an issue among all these investment opportunities which have been showcased. What can you tell us about the feasibility of these projects? Because we have seen that there was a combination of the ecotourism, tourism in the interior, but in your point of view, what would you really sell the most? We don't need to go through each individual investment, but you can give us a gist. Mozambique is also sitting in the route of the cruises, because cruises are a part of what would be a critical part of tourism services that we can actually attract in the package. I will not finger point any member of the panel. Anybody can just volunteer to kick off start. Is there anybody willing to do so?
Thank you very much for the questions regarding the project feasibility as they were presented. Feasible, I would say that the Maputo National Park is it's actually the Maputo National Reserve. It is being under reconstruction because it was for quite some time without animals, but now it has all the possible attractions. In the Maputo National Reserve, that's where we have the most live coral reefs in the world. That's why it is a great attraction to those who come diving from Ponta do Ouro to Ponta Malongana, Ponta Momoli, Tichobanini, and Ponta Tobela, which is what we saw a few minutes ago, and the Bangalala and Santa Maria. So it is a space that has great potential. So what we were saying, and as I mentioned, one of the great competitive advantages we have in the region is that no other country has the possibility to see the big marine fives, and also the big five land animals. This combination is found along our coast, so it is just a matter of having the best use of the potential the country has to offer. Regarding crew, we annually receive an average of 20 to 30 cruise ships. Uh, and each of these cruise ships brings around 600 or 800, but most of these bring 2,000 to 3,000 tourists each. We still need to improve two key aspects. First, we do not have appropriate terminals for cruise ships, be it in Maputo port, but we do not have a terminal in Iñaka. What is the government strategy to get the terminals? Can the private sector invest in those terminals? Well, that's exactly so. Thanks God, tourism is made feasible by the private sector. The public sector has the mission to create basic infrastructure, to create conditions, but those who make tourism to happen is the private sector. So we need cruise ships terminals countrywide. Now the cruise ships come to Maputo, they come to the Portuguese islands, and they also have a call at some place at Ilha de Mozambique. But in the other places, we do not have anywhere where they can call. They have to stop somewhere offshore and use smaller boats for people to come onshore. Well, I think everything has been answered. Save if anybody would like to add anything. Well, I would like to add that the issue of capacity building you're talking about, well, human resources make a difference. That's why I insist on capacity building for human resources. So even if we have the necessary conditions for these to take off, we need human capital. And of course, we have to take into consideration matters relating to local content. Of course, because projects have to contribute for the locals to participate, be it through cultural crafts and, of course, service rendering to these undertakings. If there are cruise ships and there are no tourist guides, that's not well connected. So there is a need to attract people there. I'm not talking about big undertakings. That's why 60 to 70 people or percent of people working in tourism are women. So women are not excluded. We have to think of this value chain where they can participate. The offer of services. If you go to the Mozambique Railways office, well, people go there, people go to the municipality, people go to Costa do Sol, which is our beach. So there are great opportunities in tourism other than just infrastructure. Well, for now, I call on the participation of everyone. Please raise your hand and a microphone will be handed to you. And please introduce yourself before you step in. We have a request. Well, my name is Eric Santos from the New Trends Group as a way to contribute for the touristic industry transformation in Mozambique, a few years ago, we developed a transformation concept of Inhambane as the touristic capital of Mozambique. And this project was embraced by the Inhambane provincial government and the Nyakulu and Maputo districts. Well, this brings the detailed plan for the tourism area in these districts and in the province. And this project is known to Inatur, APIEX, and Pro Azul for due integration. Also, in partnership with the Maputo municipality, we have developed an area of 200 hectares in Katembe, and the project has now been approved by the municipality, by the Ministry of Environment, and we're now seeking partnerships to finance the area infrastructuring because the detailed plan has been passed. Thank you very much. He's looking for a B2B. So there's a room next door where face-to-face meetings or one-to-one meetings are being held. So please use that opportunity to interact with people who may be interested in your project. Good morning, I'm Joel Molea from the JM Group, and we are working in inspection for oil and gas. I will touch on the private sector responsibility to cater for cruise ships calls in the private sector. Sometimes we look at the private sector as this or that entity, and us as SMEs, when we develop projects, when these projects are submitted, we are denied financing. We're told they are not feasible, but sometimes the projects can add value, and the government should support. And in tourism, Mozambique has great, but there is a mistake in marketing. We're failing in marketing. If we do not market our tourism, we will not be able to develop other related areas, because tourism is what brings more people to the country. It is what brings investors, because when you are abroad, people ask why would they come to Mozambique. So without proper marketing, we will not succeed. Thank you very much. You've mentioned something very important, which is marketing for tourism. I agree with you. It has been said we invest too little in our capacity as compared to the region. So I think it is time for us to think about how we can invest in this area. But before we move on, this is a forum that has other elements. We have the counterparty. So in order not to monopolize, Dr. Birish Can you please help me? We know BADEA is here. We're talking about tourism projects and opportunities. What do they think? I would request somebody from BADEA to tell us something about their thought. And also, we would
are going to discuss about opportunities of investment in the area of energy and mineral resources. We are going to have a panel which we hope will be in tandem with its nature, a lot of energy, we hope. So the panel will be meant by those I will be inviting now. And I'm inviting Madam Izadia Mungwambe, the chairperson of FUNAI, which is the Mr. Ricardo Pereira, chairperson of AMER, Mr. Samir Saleh, and the panel will be moderated by Mr. Pascual Bacela, assistant to mineral resources. The chairman of the board of HCB. So this is how we are going to this panel will discuss. We will have the introduction by His Excellency the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. We're going to have his keynote speech. Deputy Minister. The moderator. Please do be strict in terms of time control. Very good morning to everybody. Good morning. This is energy here. Of power. Excellency Engineer Silvino Moreno. Excellency Chairperson of BADEA, Your Excellency General Director General of APIEX. All protocol observed. I am pleased to, on behalf of the Ministry of Mineral Resources and Energy and on my own behalf, I want to thank you for the invitation to be part of the Arab Investment Forum Mozambique, an event which happens under the patronage of His Excellency Engineer Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. This forum and this panel exposes the importance and mutual interest of development in this field and portrays the interest of establishing partnerships in the field of energy, to have partnerships for cooperation and development. We are here not just as innocent bystanders, but also to share our know-how related to mineral resources and energy. And we want to encourage the Arab world to invest in Mozambique in this vital sector. Distinguished invited guests, we are a blessed country which is endowed with a wide array of resources, mineral resources and energy, solid minerals. Mozambique has a lot of coal, heavy sands, graphite, metals, and arid lands, bauxite, marble, granite, bentonite, basic metals, iron ore, calcareum, inter alia. Part of these minerals are considered um, strategic and critical in a transition, in energy transition era for the exploration and transformation of these resources. Mozambique needs investments, and we do believe that the Arab world, with its rich experience, can establish strategic partnerships. As an example, we can promote the production of batteries for cars, solar panels, and storage systems. As for hydrocarbons, natural gas in particular is a particular alternative to the country because it is a raw abundant raw material which is abundant in a moment whereby the world is grappling with climate changes, and we are discussing about energy transition as alternative. Therefore, we underscore our position in the regional market, which is SADC, as suppliers of this transition energy through power supply, generation and supply systems, and the provision or supply of natural gas. Ladies and gentlemen, Mozambique is in an international context which is rather complex, characterized by, on one hand, the scarcity of energy resources, and on the other hand, by the global energy policies which are being imposed in terms of adaptation and mitigation to climate change, which is often caused by the usage of fossil fuels. Conversely, our country is endowed with a wide array of mineral and energy resources, as we said before. And in that light, um, coal, 23 million tons of Bandi and Temane of 2.5 trillion cubic feet of gas, which has been which is already being explored from 2004 in Rovuma. We had 165 cubic feet, which have been confirmed, and the production has started in the year 2022 with exports of LNG. Hydropower, we have a potential of about 18,000 megawatts, and we have about 2,300 megawatts solar power, of 23 terawatts wind power, geothermal energy, 147 megawatts, or tidal energy with more than 100,000 megawatts. I mean, internally, so this huge potential allows us to invest resources to ensure the stability for the electrification of the country and the region, knowing that the access or availability rate is potentially, it's only 54% currently, but there is an imperative of industrializing the country. But considering the low levels of industrialization of the country, the potential is huge. As for electricity, the country has a portfolio of projects which are ongoing and seeking investment. The regional projects Mozambique, Malawi, Mozambique, Zambia, Mozambique, Tanzania, transport, internal transport lines, Ogurt, Shimara, Alto Moloko, Maputo, Timani, Timani, Maputo, central projects, the thermal energy, Pandakua hydropower, wind power, central in Namasha, Dondo, Lishinga, electrification of admin posts. All those are now competing under the program Universal Access to Electricity up to the year 2030. Dear participants, as government, we have approved instruments that provide a wide vision of where we are heading to. And we want to provide to private investors the necessary guidelines because private investors are the strategic partners of the government, and the policy and strategy of mineral resources considers mineral resources as one of the key precursors for the development of Mozambique, and that ought to catapult industrialization, diversification, transformation of our economy. The master plan for natural gas presents various guidelines for industrialization, from the availability of natural gas for usage in establishment of chemical complexes and production of fertilizers, production of electricity internet. These instruments have been devised to ensure that the resources are transformed into finished products which will add value and contribute considerably for the local economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Republic of Mozambique, by joining their Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, has set up an ambitious program aimed at accelerating the achievement of universal access to electricity by the year 2030. The program energy or electricity for all, and we've approved vital instruments such as the National Electrification Strategy, the Integrated Master Plan for Electric Grids, energy efficiency, energy transition, and electrification of the areas out of the national grid. For the establishment of an enabling environment, there is an instrument which guides the investment of the private sector. The government of the Republic of Mozambique has adopted a regulatory and legal framework to deal with the challenges associated with the implementation of the different solutions for power supply, whereby we can highlight the approval of the new electricity law, the regulation of access to electricity out of the grid, and we are at the final stage of drafting the electricity bill. The mission of the energy transition has the mission of harnessing the natural resources to accelerate the economic development of low carbon, which allows the country to generate socio-economical growth and position ourselves as a regional pole of power pool and contribute to the global energy transition. And to respond to this challenge and to materialize in full all the opportunities and potentialities, investments are necessary, and they have to be at a wide scale, which ought to be mobilized through public and investments and private and concessional approaches ought to be implemented. That will require more than $80 billion. We get it, $80 billion. That will be approximately what the government is eyeing, and the government is aware of the key role that the private sector will play for the achievement of this objective. So it is clear that the private sector is the backbone. The investors are quite clear about it, are they not? Dear guests, now the government of Mozambique in the energy sector aims at having investments and partnerships for the development of projects in the following areas. Um, Electricity generation based on renewable energies and the expansion of the grid for the distribution of electricity, electrification of areas out of the grid, a massification of the clean cooking systems, development of parks and industrial corridors, green parks and industrial corridors. To wind up, I would like to thank our Arab partners for showing interest to invest in Mozambique, and I hope that the event will be uh, fruitful, and may this occasion be a moment for us to establish partnerships in order for us to seize the opportunities of investment that exist in the field of energies. For your kind attention, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Basela. I'm advisor to the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. It is with great honor that I moderate this panel that will talk about opportunities in the energy sector. I would therefore like to thank everyone, and I announce that the panel comprises people who are knowledgeable about the sector. We have Mr. Matola, who is the CEO of the Kahora Bassa Dam, and we have the Director General of Global ARC, and Ms. Rosalia, who is the CEO, or the chair of the board of directors, I mean. And we have somebody from the Mozambique Association of Renewable Energies with the well, following the presentation, I wouldn't have much to say, but I have to say that energy is one of the four priority areas for the socio-economic development of Mozambique, as stated back in 2015. And secondly, a number of investment opportunities have been presented in a variety of areas. This means that as we talk about the energy sector, apart from taking into account the energy business per se, we need to take into account that energy is an investment booster. That is, every area that was mentioned needs energy for its implementation, for its taking off. Therefore, as we talked about different topics around the key theme, I believe the panelists will also mention how energy seeks to address this role of economy booster for other areas of development as well. And last, to the panelists, please respect the allocated time. We have 10 minutes to talk about each of the subtopics that has been given to each one of you. No minutes to extra will be given, not even a gratuity time. Having said so, I would now like to invite Ms. Isalia Mungwambe, the only human we have on the panel, but who is strong enough to be in that panel, to take the floor. You have We have 10 minutes, so please take the floor. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I'm grateful to the invitation addressed to Funai for us to share some insights on the off-grid power sector. With the permission of Her Excellency the Deputy Minister, I will share some introductory remarks. I will deliver a brief presentation and say that Funai is an institution that responds to the Ministry of Mineral Resources and Energy. It was established in 1997, and it aims to ensure electricity provision, off-grid electricity provision. As a mission, it has to contribute for in universal access to energy, and the vision is to consolidate development and promote the initiatives for the solutions, energy solutions. If we look at the organization chart for electrification, there are two pillars. One approach which is on the grid and one which is off grid. FUNAI has the responsibility to conduct power supply, off grid power supply, and this is divided into two pillars. One is electrification through mini grids, and these are grids that are installed in areas that are off grid. And we also have residential off grid systems, the so called solar home systems. The private sector has been a key player in this area. If we look at solar home systems, we have support from partners, and we have a number of initiatives that have been undertaken where the private sector plays a key role and has proved to be a player that contributes for off-grid electrification. Access to energy was mentioned by the Vice Minister, so I'll move on. I would now share some ideas relating to investment opportunities, and these can be embraced by the private sector. We have five pillars, and the first is energy transition strategies. Currently, FUNAI has been developing 98,000 mini grids with different capacities. The private sector can work with the mini grids because it was the role of the state to make sure there was some electrification. However, over time, it was noted that the mini grids that are being implemented in various locations of the country also stimulate development, and it is within this development that there has to be an upgrade of these stations. Hence, the private sector is called upon to support the mini grids, and we have to say that in the near future, we will launch an opportunity for the private sector to manage the mini grids, and the private sector will have to analyze the characteristics of these grids locations and what alternatives they are to expand its capacity for development. Still, under this, we have the off-grid electrification plan. Currently, 71 locations have been identified in Nampula, Tete, and Zambezia provinces, and the electrification plan is to cover the whole country. These three provinces are just the ones we're starting with, and work is being done at the level of the ministry in order to avail the existing opportunities to develop projects in these locations. I have to say that the private sector is the one tasked with developing these locations because they have different characteristics catering for development in fisheries, industries, and other sectors. Because we have to understand that most of these locations are good for fisheries. We've also heard talk about tourism. So there are many windows the private sector can exploit. Regarding solar systems at household level, that's another window for the private sector. We've had the level of access, the access rate, we're talking about 54%. And we have to underscore that electrification is complementary, be it on and off grid. And still, with the mini grids, there's a great potential to develop autonomous solar systems. Under the second pillar, which is the mini hydro development, there are great opportunities for this area. That's why the private sector is also called upon to consider these initiatives. We have existing opportunities, some are underway, but some have already been so for some, the scoping studies have been conducted. There's also a pillar which is geographic incentive. This is a program that was developed by the government to ensure access to liquid fuels in the country. Currently, Funai uh, has built a number of gas stations distributed in the country. So the private sector can look at these gas stations and see what else can be done because this was a role played by the government. So the private sector has to see what else it can do in these gas stations. Another window is gas. Her Excellency the Minister talked about gas. If we have these gas stations, how can we aggregate value in order to include gas for vehicles? So, what alternatives are there to exploit? Because this state can induce, but the private sector knows how to do business, and we have to bear in mind it is doing business. So the private sector is invited to look at this. We have clean cooking solutions, and now national strategy for clean cooking is under development, and that will bring some guideline as to what exists in the country and how we can structure to look at the clean kitchens cooking. We have the energy transition strategy, and all these actions are good to ensure there are clean cooking solutions, which is environmentally friendly. And last, I would like to talk about the funds facility. We had there are stakeholders with interventions in different windows. There is an approach we're having as FUNAI, which is results-based financing. For such, there has to be capacity to conduct the activities. That's why I would like to invite the stakeholders to look at this and see how we can capitalize on the funds in order to ensure greater performance of energy towards universal energy access by 2030. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Funai, uh, Chair of the Board of Directors. Now on to Dr. Domage, who will talk about the Central North project. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is an energy panel. So, using the words of His Excellency, the Deputy Minister, we have to respond with energy. With your permission, I will now make a presentation of the HCB, the Cahora Bassa Dam, regarding the Central Photovoltaic project. We were tasked to share some ideas on this central, but taking into account that the project is within a context, we would rather present the structural projects of the company. As you all know, the Kahora Bassa undertaking has been there for over 50 years, and it comprises a number of assets, beginning with the dam itself, which will attain 50 years of existence in December, and then assets as the energy generation plant, the Songo plant, which makes the conversion of energy generated from from one system to another for it to be transported to South Africa. We have the Matambo plant, which converts energy from Songo to north and center regions, and we have the VHC lines which distribute power nationwide, and HVDC which transmit energy to South Africa. So this is the set of assets we have, which enable the generation and transmission of power to our clients. Well, these assets, given their age, are a challenge. They are way beyond their useful lifespan, particularly the equipment. The dam is okay, still all right, okay, but there are challenges as time goes. There are maintenance and operation costs, and thanks to our maintenance rigor, we continue operating over 95% of efficiency. But if we continue this way, in 5 or 8 years, we may have problems. For that reason, a big project was developed, which is for the rehabilitation of everything from the central, the replacement of turbines in Songo, the HVDC equipment is obsolete nowadays. Technologically advanced equipment is used, and so there's a need for this rehabilitation to be conducted, and such is already underway. Well, in principle, in a year and a half, the rehabilitation of generators will begin, and that will take about 5 to 6 years, because the rehabilitation of a group of generators takes 12 to 13 months. So we're going to rehabilitate one group of generators a year, so it's going to take 5 or 6 years. So that by 2031, we may add some 25 to 30 years to the southern central. Well, this is what I can share, but in terms of investment, we will be investing close to 800, between 800 and 900 million dollars just for the rehabilitation. But this will be very important because we will be adding about 30 years lifespan for the assets. I wonder who is keeping the time. Oh, that slides. I'm sorry. But other than that, we have conducted a risk analysis to the company's activities, and we found there is a major concentration risk. We have three big clients, but 75% of our energy is sold to the only client, which is Storm from South Africa, and that places us in a situation whereby whatever problem with this client, our revenues will be affected. But more than just that, we have another risk, which is that of relying solely from the energy produced in the southern central. So whatever breakdown in that central is going to be chaotic to our revenues. For that reason, well, beyond that, if we analyze the market, we see there's a big opportunity, which is the energy deficit in the region, namely in South Africa, with about 6,000 megawatts deficit, and the other countries with the region with about 4,000 megawatts deficit. So we're talking about a total of 10,000 megawatts deficit in the region. This is a big opportunity to make money. So the market for this is very attractive and it is very good. But what happens now is that we do not have not even one additional megawatt to sell. We have a good market, the prices are good, but we have absolutely nothing to sell. Hence, the need for us to expand, the need to increase capacity. We are at a situation where 50 years, it's been 50 years we've been with the same capacity that was established back then by the Portuguese. And well, in 50 years, we did not manage to increase this capacity. So it is our understanding that we need to embrace new projects. To begin with, if we take into account that when the rehabilitation project begins, we will lose 20% of the production each year. If we consider that each generator group produces 415 megawatts, so we decided to develop a solar energy project in order to minimize the impact of the loss of the 20% capacity in production, and also to mitigate the concentration risk, which means that if we diversify the energy matrix, that will minimize the risk. So we have a project to produce 400 megawatts of photovoltaic energy in Matambo in the Tete province. This project is evaluated at about $420 million, and it will be developed in project financing. That means we're gonna have the most shares, and for the rest, we will give equity, and out of our participation or 50%, we will finance with our equity, and the other will be loans. We're doing this so that there will be room to accommodate other projects. Apart from this project of 400 megawatts of photovoltaic energy, we will combine with the southern project. We have found a project which was considered in the past, which is the Northern Central. Some studies were conducted until 2012, but it was understood there was a need to prioritize the Pandankua project, but now we feel conditions have been created for us to develop the North Kaurabasa Central, because the Pandakua project is way in advance, and we're now moving to the mobilization of financing and financial close. So it is undoubted that the project will take off. So the Northern Central project, which is the other part of the dam, well, the Southern Central is on one side, one of the banks, and the northern side is on the other bank. Please show the picture so that we understand what we're talking about. It can be the previous one. Yeah, here we are. So we're talking about the right hand side. To your right, that is the North Central, because now we're operating in the South Central. This one has got 5 generator groups which produce 415 megawatts each. The North Central will have 3 generator groups with the same capacity. 8,245 megawatts. It is true that the firm capacity will be less because it will work at mid-merit, which means at peak times or at the moment when we have great availability of water. It is at such moments, well, in moments such as this where we have crisis, it will have to be operated in combination with the South Central. But out of these 1,245 megawatts, at least 70% of this capacity will be generated, and that will be very important for the capacity of HCB. This project is indicatively evaluated at $1.5 billion, including the transmission from the central north to Songo, where energy will be dispatched. Scoping analysis give us a net face value of about $500 million and a period of investment recovery of 12 years, which we think is reasonable for such projects. It will also be project finance because our balance will not be able to absorb all these projects. Part of these will be our equity, and the other will be from equity partners, and from our equity part will be with our own funds, and the other way through loans. Following the political approval and the regulations, we will start the construction at around 2027 or 2028, and we think that by 2031 it will be concluded because the process of dam building has improved due or thanks to technology. Our vision is that by 2032 we'll have a capacity of about 4,000 megawatts, because in Matambo we're going to create a solar energy park. So apart from the 400 megawatts, we'll open room for other private sector players who may bring their solar plants to our park, and we'll always have some shares. Will be the off takers, so we can expand the park and adding the southern production of the 275 megawatts and the central north 1,245 megawatts, and our plant of 400 megawatts, and the smaller plants will have with stakeholders by 2033 32 will have the 4,000 megawatts. Because if we don't do that by then, we will become irrelevant and insignificant in the energy market, because our neighbors are not folding their arms. They have deficits and they are looking for solutions. So if we cannot meet their demand, if we cannot block them with PPAs now, they will find solutions. And when we implement, we will have no clients. This is therefore a critical moment for us to bridge this gap, so that by or from 2032 we may become an energy hub in the Southern African region.
Thank you very much for this opportunities of great investments where there's room for so many partners. And that's why we allowed him to really force 1 minute and a half, because it was quite enticing. Anyway, I would like to invite Mr. Samit Saleh to speak about the initiatives related to his field of responsibility. With your permission, Your Excellency, I would like to start with brief introduction. I would like to first thank the organizers for inviting me to the panel. Global Lake is a company with Norwegian and British capital, who have sovereign capitals. They have BAA and North Fund, and we deal with electricity generation with a focus to Africa. We started in South Africa, in Mozambique in 2021. Now we have our portfolio in Africa. It's about 1,800 megawatts to operationals. We have about 7 megawatts. 600 are being built in Mozambique, in Temani thermal central plant. I should start by saying that the history of Global Lake in Mozambique is a history of partnership, whereby in partnership with the government of Mozambique and EDM, and with the development funding institutions, we are creating a portfolio aligned with the government objectives. And our key objective here is to position EDM, which is the electricity supplier company for Mozambique. We want to respond to two projects, which is electrification, electricity for all, as His Excellency has mentioned. And the second point is to capitalize, as Engineer Matole said, capitalize the regional market and mobilize to establish synergies with services that Mozambique already offers. Mozambique is already a logistics hub, and we already have capacity to provide electricity for power supply to the region. So we have HCB, and with other projects, we can actually do more. The fact is, there's no development without electricity, and that's clear to all. So we intend to work with our partners in Mozambique to achieve this goal. Currently, what I would say is that what we see is a need, a focus of Mozambique and EDM to improve the investment environment in the field of energy, of power supply in Mozambique, with two central the solar central in Kwamba, which is already being sold to EDM. We have the Mukuba Central, which is photovoltaic central or plant, and we're trying now to optimize and to expand to another central. So for us, we are focused towards growth because there is potential. As for the funding partners, we are in an environment that is quite sustainable in terms of investments, energy-wise. Our third project in Mozambique, we have the Temani. We have a gas-fed plant. It is a project with EDM because we want to monetize gas produced in Mozambique and to add value to this resource instead of Mozambique to export most of its gas net. So we want to monetize gas fields. And we also want to ensure that EDM establishes the first phase of the transmission line between Maputo and the central region of Mozambique. So the first one is Maputo, Temano, Maputo, as His Excellency has mentioned. So what we see is a great focus. Our partner, the government, is aiming at increasing the capacity for service supply, or service provision rather, through power supply, I meant. So we have two great opportunities in the field of power supply because the electrification rate, there's great room for growth, and we aim at facilitating the achievement or attainment of the goals for power supply countrywide. And the second point is to strengthen the position of Mozambique as a pool for power generation and supply of all sorts, be it hydropower, thermal, solar, you name it. But what we want is in conjunction or in tandem with the power supply company, EDM, and the government, we want to use also the wind power central in Namasha, which will have 120 megawatts, which will be about $280 million. With this additional investment, which will go all the way up to the end of the year, our investment in projects will be about $1 million. So I think that the investment space in Mozambique, it will be about $1 billion, I meant. So we want to ensure that our partners, we have project finance approach to all our projects. So we want to have the confirmation that we are in a sustainable environment to secure the debt service when we're already operating. So what's clear already is that we continue to see that there is commitment, a strong commitment, and there is a sustainable investment environment. So my last point will be my last point to be mentioned here is that Mozambique is a growing market, very good for investment, and we do believe that we will see more and more investment and more competition in this particular market. Thank you very much. Samir, thank you very much for saving some minutes of the time you allocated. And Global Like will share with the other panel members. So for us to have a gist of what the private sector feels about this area of energy, I would like to invite the president of AMER, who is a very well-known voice in Mozambique. Thank you very much. Very good morning. I think now it's already good afternoon. As I've, my name is Ricardo Pereira, and I'm the president of AMER, Your Excellency Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy. Here am I with our presentation. I want to seize this opportunity to thank you for the invitation. Thank the organizers. I'd like to start by introducing our association and what we do. So the Mozambican, so the presentation is in English for the benefit of the audience, which may be conversant with the English language, but I'll speak in Portuguese. So we are in the country from 2017, and of course, being a new association, I believe that our presence in this distinguished panel bears witness to the distinguished work also that we've been doing. We have more than 100 companies as members of our association, and we focus in representing the private sector. And we are going to call it a niche of the renewable energies. We work with the private sector, and we like to look at us as the leaders in terms of the information and as the mastermind in terms of what is necessary to be done. Although, as the world develops, sustainability, climate change, inter alia, have turned renewable energies a critical point and one of the most discussed points. So, AMER is a partner of the government of Mozambique, and of course, we do work with the government in terms of the policies and the outreach concerning the policies and regulations. What is then our value propositions for the members? We want to be the so-called one-stop shop. I mean, the gateway, be it in terms of information, in terms of data and sector information. So every year we produce a summary of the renewable energies in the country. We want to maintain the private sector updated in Mozambique and abroad, business opportunities, and once a company is a member, the company has access to all this information. And besides, you want to participate and organize conferences and say, I want to sort of market our company. That the biggest conferences in Mozambique is organized by our entity. So I will not lengthen my presentation because most of what I'm showing here in this slide has been said, but I want to just bring your attention to, in terms of electrification rate, we have about 51%. So we as Mozambique, we are going to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal number 7. We have 6 years to close this gap, and we will get there, no doubt. In terms of renewable energies, generation of renewable energies, hydropower plant in Kawarabasa, we are already in 62%, at least on paper. But the potential for continuation is there, and this is where then I would like to mention this point here. What is necessary here for us to achieve the sustainable development goal is not even close to what we have, although there's already $1.9 billion just for funding renewable energies. renewable energies are not limited to the GERD as such, as it was mentioned. The components in the GERD, it's EDM, but FUNAI in the public sector then, but there's so many opportunities for the private sector. We have spoken about in the next slide. We've said that there needs to be a regulatory integration, which is very beneficial for the private sector, be it in terms of own consumption as well as in electrification of the inhabitation centers. So we have priority projects, but there is a process going on to cover most of the population and most of the market continue to be out of the GERD, and it is clear that renewable energies are the ones which will provide decentralized offers for us to be able to reach the targets or the goals intended. As I said earlier, the regulatory framework has advanced. I think that there isn't a best incentive or a best proof that the government is committed to work in a given sector, other than providing the legal framework which are already approved and already under implementation. Because of the energy transition strategy, we have the revised electricity law, which for the first time allows the participation of the private sector, not only in terms of generation, but also in terms of transmission and distribution. And there are subsequent regulations. Because I will not say it is perfect. There are, of course, some steps to be taken, but we will have to have a specific regulation for electricity for local content. But I think that we really can say that yes, it is very favorable in terms of investment, because this is what is of concern for us. We are here to speak about investment. So currently we have 24 programs, and in total there are 300 millions and 1.9 million billions have been, so they have been already invested. But that's not enough, because there is a limit in terms of the commercial banking sector for investment, because that's why we need international funding, and that can be observed through the credit lines and loans. And above all, when we look at renewable energies that are favorable for the climate or environment, climate friendly, again, where the issue related to CO2 is discussed from 2010 to 2024. Mozambique has already mobilized close to $1 billion and from the climate fund. But we, as a country, we are one of the countries most affected by the climate events, be it be them cyclones, floods, and you name it. But we are one of the countries which less contributes very little, and this actually puts us in a privileged position to benefit from the climate fund. So this is where I would like to dwell in my appeal for you, those of you who are present in this room here, to say loud and clear that the potential to invest in Mozambique. We are no longer in speaking about potential. We used to speak about potential. Now we are already beyond that. The projects are already happening. Investments are already pouring in terms of the carbon credit, and as Mozambique, we intend to produce 10 to 25 million carbon credits, and that is achievable. And last but not least, we have a number of goals to be achieved. And here we have a chart in terms of how we are going to achieve such goals with taxes and incentives. And again, we look at the positive side. Up to 2030, there is 0.9 million households which ought to be provided electricity. So this is not an obstacle. This is an opportunity, as His Excellency said that it will be the private sector to do this. So we, as AMER, we want to ensure that these opportunities are available for you as investors. And here we have the opportunities we have referred to. By the year 2030, based on renewable energies, there will be about 700 megawatts, most of which have already been referred to. And Global is one of the examples of a private company that is currently implementing what we are preaching here. And there are programs for tenders, wholesale, such as PROLEC, which is a government program, where there are tents for renewable energies, for solar energy, for wind power. And we have indicated in the slide here all the details. So there is a variety in terms of solar power with batteries, wind power, in a progression through direct negotiation. So, well, time up for me, but just to say that these projects are not only available in the reports we have provided, but I have seen with pleasure that APIEX in their brochure in part of renewable energies, they have already portrayed these projects. So we will have this conference, which is the fourth conference in November this year on renewable energies. So I now provide the challenge for you to, using my last 30 seconds, our brothers and sisters from the Arab investment world. If you Thank you very much, Ricardo. Thank you, all of you. As we said, he is the voice of the private sector. The train has left the station, so we are inviting our friends and partners from the Arab world, because I do believe that you can still catch the train. It has just left the station, but it is not at high speed. Time is not on our side, but we have observed our time. I don't want to say that of course, we can entertain the deputy minister, but let us have about 7 minutes, if not 5, just to allow. So you are giving us 15 minutes. Oh, thank you for your kindness. So 15 minutes for questions and answers should there be. So the floor is open. Q&A. We need a microphone. My name is Mamour Fakura. If you allow me, I would like to share an experience that I believe that can be interesting for the prospective investors. Allow me to speak in English.
My name is Mabul Fakira. Right now I'm in New York, but I used to work in a company named Middle Cape.
Director of Energy. And because that it's a grid connected power plant, it's something new. Also in the EDM, we don't have anything like that. There was also no the proper legal framework there. Mr. Aderitu Souza from EDM was very helpful, and we successfully, from the paperwork, we succeed. And then what I wanted to share on all of this is that to the investors in Mozambique, as it has been shown here, there is the legal framework. Wherever the limitations is, we have a great people who are willing to overcome the barriers that are there. Yesterday, there was a lady who was asking about training. I'm a Mozambican, I am young, and I was the operation manager for an international company reporting directly to head office. So we have young people in the country willing to learn if you put the effort. One of the things that we did in Middle Cable was intensive in-house training programs. So that's it. And I hope that the investors can appreciate that.
Muito obrigado. Penso que tomamos nota.
Is there any additional contribution or a quest for clarification? Apparently, it was all crystal clear. Yes, please.
Thank you. So Providence is my name from Golden Not International. We, for the Dubai team, we have a hotel that is there. But the question that I have is, you spoke about load shedding not being there in Mozambique, if I got it right, and you want to export to other countries. Is Mozambique at a stage where maybe for the next 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, whatever years, there won't be an electricity problem like what we are seeing in most other countries? Just to be clear on that point.
Thank you very much. We're talking.
Muito obrigado. Tomamos nota. Sorry.
Bom dia. Aliás, boa tarde. Eu sou Bashir Hassani.
Good afternoon. My name is Bashir Hassan. I'm representing Saudi Arabia now, but I will not speak as a Saudi. I'll speak as a Mozambican. We are here with our Arab brothers. I've worked with our embassy for 2 years in Saudi Arabia, but now I'm in this Saudi Arabia here. I've been there for the past 6 years. There, I was hired locally, and here also the same applies. What I would like to share with the Mozambican part, which is the most important part that is now looking for investments, is the following. Among our Arab brothers, let us avoid lobbies. If you do not have the capacity or know-how, avoid lobbies. Just present those who have something to offer. Don't be the middleman, because we will fail if we do that. This is an advice which I want to share with our Mozambican brothers. If you have nothing to offer, don't lie, don't cheat, stay away, do not invent. And if you do have anything to offer and you do not have capacity, just be honest. Put your cards on the table. That's critical for our Arab brothers. Thank you very much. Microphone to our colleague. I have introduced myself before, so my point is just I know you have spoken before, but I don't know whether everybody remembers your name. Okay, Angelina is her name. Well, my query is it has to do with usage of residues for production.
Of services and good whether the Mozambican company can perform and already performed. We are asking to improve the local content, but based on the actual experience that the company has. And my question is for Globalec and for Hidroelectrica Borabassa to understand some example or some percentage of Mozambique in terms of indigenous company already deliver services and good for your company and your project. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Podemos tomar mais também se pronunciar. Penso que sim. A exceção das últimas, da
With
última
the exception of the last question, which was
a
directed
Globalec e a HCB,
Globalec and HCB. Others are just open-handed questions. So I would like to ask the panel to take the floor and comment on the issues that have been brought up.
Thank you very much, Engineer Basel. I'll try and answer the first question. And of course, my fellow panelists can also chip in. It's true that we do not have any load shedding in Mozambique. And it's also true that we export energy, be it from HCB or IPP and other IPPs. ADM as utility is also exporting energy. It does not mean we have lit all the country. As the AMER representative said, we are at 50% electrification countrywide. And the vision is that by 2030, we will cover the whole territory. And for that, EDM is going to require about 1,500 megawatts. So these energy surplus is a result of not having all the country electrified, which means the energy we generate covers everywhere where electrification reaches, and we have some supplies. And even ADM as the utility, as the off-taker, it has got its generating plants, but more than 80% of its energy is bought from Kaurabasa, and it also exports. As for HCB, the factor of exporting has got to do with its history, because South Africa made the building of the dam possible, because the time it was built between 69 and 74, and then the inauguration at 75, Mozambique did not have the consumption capacity of 2,075 megawatts. So looking at Mozambique, it would make no sense to have such a giant with 5 groups producing thousands of megawatts. So back then, South Africa is the one that made the construction of the dam possible. And as history has it, agreements were renewed, and this agreement will end in 2030. And now negotiations are underway to see what is going to happen after 2030. But of course, priority is the local market. And taking into account that the Cahora Pass dam is the cheapest in Mozambique for EDM, so even though EDM has got other sources, its preference is the HCB. So EDM will always prefer ACB to repatriate energy from South Africa to Mozambique because it's the cheapest. And we're thinking that by 2030, maybe the agreement with South Africa will not be renewed. However, we will not stop exporting energy. That's why we have projects to increase capacity to ensure that from 2030, even if our whole production is consumed in Mozambique, we will have additional production to export, because exports are what make HCB a robust company, taking into account that national consumption, given the low price, is not the most profitable for HCB. Moving on to the last question regarding the supply of goods and services by national companies to HCB. Well, even yesterday we launched the vendor portal, which is more dynamic and interactive, which comes to facilitate the lives of suppliers and vendors and their interaction with the company. We mentioned that out of all supplies we receive, about 60% are by national companies. this rate is progressive because we have a policy that prioritizes local content. Unfortunately, we cannot be very aggressive and say we'll only have local contracting for a simple reason, because we've got many specialty requirements. The equipment from the generation center, the turbines, and the parts of the turbines and the generator groups, and at the central or the substation, all the equipment for the conversion, all of that is special, and it does not even have many supplies worldwide. When we talk about HVDC equipment, for example, we only have three key suppliers, producers worldwide, so there are many limitations. So what we are encouraging is that the national companies, for everything which we have to buy or to outsource to buy abroad, we want Mozambicans to have partnerships with foreigners so that they will gradually gain the know-how, and maybe someday they will have the capacity to supply. Well, at least not in terms of production, but the knowledge per se, so that maybe the local companies can do maintenance and others. So we are at 60%, and we're making progress. And we think that with the vendor portal now, we will be able to increase this rate. But our focus is local content, because we understand that is the best way to distribute wealth. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Simon Santos is also happy with the answer. But there's another intervention. Well, regarding the load shedding, I think that has been answered. As for local content, if you allow to us, local content is not just local procurement. It's training, local training, local jobs, and social corporate responsibility, and of course the procurements. And the truth is that currently in Mozambique, out of the 50 people we employ, we have 48 that are Mozambicans. Even the director general is Mozambican. So we have a big commitment to turn everything Mozambican. And as was said, well, there are specific skills that are necessary. For example, to manage a construction process of something which was never built in Mozambique, it's very difficult to find that expertise. But we only hire for specific senior positions from abroad. I mean, and regarding local procurement in our projects, well, I'll talk about the Tamani project, where our subcontractor has already spent over $40 million in local procurements. And the first focus is the local area. Procurements are made locally, but it's not easy. Sometimes we have to go beyond and find suppliers elsewhere. Well, you can also imagine how to operate photovoltaic centrals. The ecosystems of services there is not ready to absorb or provide this type of services. Simple example, the washing of solar panels. There are no machines to wash solar panels, so we have to work with other suppliers, give them training, etc. But we understand that's what we have to do in order to make the project sustainable in the area. As was said by the HCB, it's something progressive. We will not get there quickly, but we're building bridges in order to get there, one step at a time. Thank you. I would just like to talk about the question that was raised on waste use for energy generation. A study was conducted, and we have an energy generation atlas in Mozambique where biomass is part, and all the initiatives that we have for generating electricity in the various forms are open in the country. What is important is for these initiatives to be debated, assessed, and to see how they can be implemented. And naturally, there is a window for the entry of the private sector to develop energy in its various forms and ways. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you. Amer, any question? No. Any further questions? Thank you. Well, I would just like to say I'm not an engineer, I'm an economist. Otherwise, the fellow engineers will be angry at me. Well, it's because of the undertaking. HCB is for engineers. Thank you very much. I think the key message is there. Renewables are indispensable to address energy problems in Mozambique, particularly for universal coverage. The industrialized Mozambique program requires lots of electricity, hence the investment in new centrals, not only to avoid load shedding, but also to ensure there's enough electricity for new undertakings. And maybe from the questions raised, I'm grateful to the contribution on self-consumption. Self-consumption is currently legislated so that whatever undertaking takes into account generating for self-consumption given its location and needs. It is difficult to say we will not have load shedding in the future because even Kawora Basa can suffer due to lack of rain. But our master plan ensures that investments in energy generation may meet current and future needs. As for the rest, I think it has been answered. Well, I may sound biased, but as a moderator, I have to express my satisfaction and gratitude to the panel. They did it really well. They showcased the business opportunity in the area, and the train is on the move, and its acceleration is increasing. So maybe you may have to run to catch up. So it is still slow. You can catch it easily. Thank you very much, and thank you all for the moderation of the panel. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Dr. Pascual Basela, for the moderation. As we expected, we had such an energizing and vibrant session. Before that, we had one on tourism, and now we're going to have a wise session at a moment when the country wants to diversify its exports. Let's share information on export opportunities to the Arab market. This is the topic of the coming panel, which will be moderated by His Excellency, the Country Director of External Trade. For this panel, we are going to have Her Excellency Dr. Victoria from the Commodities Exchange. we're gonna have a presentation on the state of trade relations between Mozambique and the EUA, and the presentation will be by Mr. Abdullah Mohamed, the representative for Southern Africa for the Dubai Chamber of Commerce. We are also going to have a success story, and that is on the export to the Arab market, and that will be by Mr. Hugo Vaj, the director of Novasan Limited, who I invite to come forward. This panel is privileged to have a background presenter by His Excellency Silvino Augusto Moreno, the Minister for Industry and Trade in Mozambique. Having said that, allow me to invite His Excellency the Minister for Industry and Trade to present the background of the panel. Mr. Minister, take the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to begin by thanking you all for being here and sharing with you that the key objective of this forum is to share opportunities in the various areas. A book has been published, and it would be good for the organization to distribute this one. It's got the 102 projects, out of which 90 have been duly identified, including the indication of the necessary investment capital. Well, the forum is indeed for us to concentrate on the list of projects that are part of this book. But for now, my task is to provide some background of the export opportunities to the Arab market. And I have to confess that Mozambique has a very good relation with many Arab countries, more active than others, depending on the case. Others are still forging this relation. We would like to begin by thanking everyone in attendance, and to say that yesterday the opening session of this business forum mentioned the historical importance of the relationship we have with the Arab world, and we also mentioned the key objectives of the forum, and in particular of this topic, and particularly the opportunity to establish relationships with the Arab private sector. The trade relations between Mozambique and Arab countries over the last 5 years is still vivid. We still import more than we export, and we use traditional commodities of global demand. The Arab market has had a competitive demand for agricultural products in a trend that provides opportunities for diversification and economic inclusion of countries such as countries as Mozambique as a market of choice. The search for agricultural products and services in Africa, apart from being competitive, is also demanding given the quality conditions imposed. The continental market with billions of consumers, maybe now at around 2 billion consumers in Africa, because in Africa we have millions of children that are born every day, and these will need milk and other products. Now we see the nature of free trade not just as a room to increase inter-Africa trade, but it's also engaging in the search of capitalizing competitive markets such as that of the Arab countries. Hence, the topic import opportunities to Arab countries, which is within the agenda of Mozambique internationalization, and it brings the interests for the establishment of business partnerships. The chair of BADEA and distinguished investors, ladies and gentlemen, Mozambique is no longer, and it can no longer be seen as just a domestic market, but it should also be seen as a global and regional market, given the fact that it belongs to SADC free trade areas, and this area has got about 350 million consumers, and of the continental agreements, and it's got free trade agreements with Europe and Americas, as well as bilateral agreements with European countries and Americas. Mozambique, in its external trade agenda, sees in exports key variables in the development and in diversifying its productive base, and it includes the service sector given our strategic location and logistics facilities. Between Mozambique and Arab countries, there are many opportunities for trade relations with the active engagement of the private sector, which in Mozambique is dominated by SMEs. Mozambique and its private sector have interests to export to Arab countries, and we believe that with the leadership of the chambers of commerce, this potential will be exploited. The easy access and the strategic use of market information and the observance of quality requirements and the existence of competitive products, we have to think of how to better structure the competitive advantage for internationalization, and the key role of the chambers and business promotion through business forums are aspects that have to deserve our attention. We salute the panel and we urge that the debate to be held will mobilize and instigate the interest of the attendees to explore export and possibilities. In this way, I declare the opening of this debate on export opportunities to the Arab market. For your attention, thank you very much.
Well, with the permission of His Excellency the Minister, I am privileged to be the moderator of this panel, which will tackle this topic in context because we're speaking about export opportunities to the Arab market. I'd like to, in a succinct manner, introduce the panelists who will discuss exports. Victoria Paulo Kulungila, who is the CEO of the Commodities Exchange in Mozambique. She is a very knowledgeable and experienced person in terms of the Arab market. She has been the attaché in Dubai in our consulate. She has been in Cabo Delgado dealing with the exports promotion agency. She's a person who is conversant with this subject matter. She's part of the institutional ecosystem. We also have Mr. Abdullah Mohammad, who is representative for Southern Africa at the Dubai Chamber of Commerce, and he is a very knowledgeable person in this subject matter. And no doubt, he will also share with us the perspective of the critical role played by the Chamber. We also have Mr. Karel Frederick Van Dijk, Director of Nova Sun Limitada. Karel Frederick Van Dijk. We should have also Mr. Mohammad Asim, business consultant, to share with us Mr. Hugo Valdez will be here replacing Mr. Mohammad Asim. We have the institutional ecosystem of the private sector with experience, and then we have the private sector associated through chambers of commerce. I want to, with the live reaction from the audience, I would ask the panelists to make good use of the time, so 10 minutes each, because the presentations seem to reflect this time limit. And then we will interact with the audience on opportunities, export opportunities. So, Madam Victoria, the floor is yours.
With your permission, Your Excellency, Minister of Industry and Trade, and all protocol observed.
before he takes the commodity to the market, he'll be able to consult the daily prices of reference of a commodity and take the proper decision to whom it can sell or where it can put as a market. So also we are here to facilitate the inclusion of small producers and marketing agents in access to a transparent and fair market, which boosts production and productivity. Because nobody wants to go somewhere to come void. Nobody. So the farmers, they want to go to a market and bring something meaningful and useful for them. And we are here also to facilitate to facilitate the inclusion of small producers and agricultural and non-agricultural marketing agents in the country's financial and tax systems through the warehouse receipt system. And this is very, very important for our farmers, especially. And we are also here to cover the public and private sector's operators. So we are going to work with these two segments, the private sector and public sector. Now, what are the exchange enabling environment today? Thank you. Today, we have an electronic platform with its functions, and we are also having the general operation regulation, which defines the exclusive transaction commodities that have to be bought or sold exclusively in the commodity exchange. We are talking about maize, pigeon peas, and soybeans today. And also we have another procedures for transactions. And the regulation, the general operations regulation, gives opportunity to the brokers to also intervene in this market. And for this specific information, I would like to encourage the business community from Arabia to make use of the local companies as your brokers if you can't come here directly and participate in the auctions that we are going to organize. You can locate, with the help of Chamber of Commerce or CTA, the companies that are willing to represent you in the auctions of commodities in Mozambique. Also, the last thing that I would like to address is the fact that the BMM public institution is now undergoing a process of transforming itself into a public company. And this opens the opportunity for the private sector to participate in the joint venture with the state. So please think about it, and we would like to ask also financial support for BADEA to support the operations of BMM SA, the public company that is on the road coming to us. Thank you very much. And now I'm available to answer questions in Portuguese. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Vitória. Queria passar a palavra agora para o Abdullah Mohamed.
To Abdullah Mohamed. With the permission of His Excellency, the Minister of Trade and Industry. Good afternoon.
And welcome to our international guests for the Arab world.
Welcome to Mozambique, to the land of opportunities, friendly people, excellent food, by the way. You have to try the seafood. And we have a lot of cultural diversity, which is also amazing. But mainly, let's speak about business opportunities. My slides are in English, but I will be speaking in Portuguese. Technical team? Penso que estamos com alguns problemas técnicos.
Pedimos assistência da equipa aqui. Yeah, por favor.
All right. Primeira página, por favor. Bem, esta apresentação é para dar um overview, um contexto sobre o comércio e investimento entre o Dubai, África e Moçambique. Vamos começar por África para perceber qual é que é a tendência e depois vamos concluir com Moçambique. Portanto, em termos de, já que estamos num fórum de investimentos, vamos começar pelos investimentos. O investimento entre o Dubai, primeiro slide. Não é este o slide. Estão com fome? Estou mal. Vamos comer bem depois. Portanto, exato. Relativamente ao comércio e ao investimento entre o Dubai e a África, só para terem uma noção,
between
em
Dubai
termos de
and
comércio
Africa,
internacional,
just
em 2000...
to give you a gist in terms of international trade, in 2015 we had $30 billion. 2023 we have now more than $100 billion. What does this represent? 2014, for instance, Africa represented about 8.9% of non-oil trade for Dubai. Today, Africa represents a little more than 13%, which is a considerable growth. In terms of investment in Africa, from the Arab world, Dubai and United Arab Emirates, the number one, and they represent more than 85% of the investments in Africa. And Dubai is the fourth in the world in the last decade as the major investor in Africa. In the year 2022, Dubai, when I say Dubai, I'm talking about Emirates as a whole in 2022, and in Africa, and by coincidence also in Mozambique. In terms of accumulated investments, we have already more than $1 trillion invested between 2012 and 2022. We have more than $60 billion committed. So, as Mozambique, we have spoken about the African context, in the trade and investment. As Mozambique now, between 2013 and 2023, more than $3 billion investments, and the key sectors which were benefited were tourism, hospitality, transport and logistics, energy and services, and so the major investor in Mozambique is DP World, and we have other investments which had the respective impacts. One is the very place where we are. This is an investment in the tourism area, and we have another one in the area of logistics. 2018, our bilateral trade was around $550 million. I'll rather more show directly in the chart. 18, 19 with COVID, slight decline, but we are proud to say that our bilateral trade has gone beyond $1 billion in 2022. The Chamber of Commerce will open their office at the beginning. It was even $400 million, but now we are already talking about 1.6 in 2022, 1.4, 1.2 in 2023. So we are having an average growth in the past few years, and we are really very optimistic. We're promising future. We continue to be one of the promising partners for trade and investments in the Mozambican territory. As for the major or the top exports of Mozambique, as you saw in the chart, there are a lot more imports than exports. And we want to try to deal with the trade balance or to curb the trade deficit. So Mozambique exports are not even a third of the total volume of our trade operations. Among the key exports of Mozambique, we have fruits, more so bananas, we have some vegetables. We also have nuts, coconuts. What does Dubai? What does Dubai exports to Mozambique? We have vehicles, spare parts, electrical circuit connectors. We have mainly equipment and machinery due to various projects which are being implemented in Mozambique. Grosso modo, this is what's happening currently in the economic relations between Mozambique and Dubai. Did I comply with the time set? Thank you very much, Abdullah. I would like to invite Mr. Valdish to share success case. Technical team, please.
Thank you very much to Abdullah, to Victoria, and Mr. Baldesh for the presentations. I think they have made important presentations because they show how this market can be better uh, utilized. I've got some questions on the export to Arab countries. In the case of the EUA, they have a plan by 2051 to continue exporting agricultural products in about 80%. The question is, what is our space in that massive offer? Because it's until 2051. Well, I think that as we look at this market, we need to understand it better. And the minister was saying in his intervention that we have to understand it better and we have to better utilize the chambers of commerce. Just like Nova Sun, somebody was telling me in this room that there are exports to Dubai, which is true. So maybe we should change the way we engage. I would now like to give the opportunity to the audience to make 2 or 3 questions. And as we proceed, we will also raise questions to our panelists. So please mention your name, the institution you represent, and be straightforward. Our MC was saying this topic is enticing, but let's see how we can better use it. And now we give the opportunity to the audience to make 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll allow our panelists to respond. And as I said, please say your name, the institution you represent, and make your comment on how we can better use the opportunity to export to the Arab market. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question. My name is Victor from the Boozy Company. I have a question for this commodities market chair of the board of directors. I would like some information regarding the commodities from the producer to the market. I see that there is still a gap in terms of dissemination of opportunities that the commodities stock can bring to smallholder farmers. The other is on infrastructure, as I raised yesterday, how we can practically take advantage. We have seen the advantages of the commodities stock, but how can we better use these commodities stock? For instance, if I'm producing rice in Shokwe, how do I interact with this commodities stock for the product to get to the final client? And the benefit should start from the smallholder farmer throughout the whole value chain. I repeat, also infrastructure. I would like to know how the commodity stock is collaborating, because yesterday I didn't quite understand the answer. So how does the commodities stock collaborate with the Ministry of Public Works in order to ensure products actually leave the production sites to the national or international end client? Because sometimes we produce a lot, but we have difficulties to trade or to take the product to the market. Thank you very much. I think the question is clear. Good afternoon. I'm Ailton Jose from EGEP. My question is to the commodities stock. As I was listening to the presentation, I looked for the web page of the stock, commodity stock. Now that we use information technologies, what does the commodities stock do to improve the interaction between the consumers and the vendors? What is being done to improve the relationship between consumers and vendors? Thank you. I've introduced myself. My question is to the commodities stock. There was a multi-sector working group on the support to market for conservation, which means fresh produce which were not sold on the day could be processed locally. But for such, it's necessary, there's a need for infrastructure and capacity building. Well, in the presentation, I had nothing of that. It's a project which began and then it was interrupted. It brought together the FDA, the Ministry of Agriculture, the trade, etc. So I wonder how this can be done, because price actually makes our vendors to buy products, and when then they don't leave the places where they are because they don't want to lower the prices. Well, I'm talking about Zimpeto, for example. Maybe tomato could be processed there, and fresh produce could also be reused. Good morning. I'm Joseph. Good afternoon. I'm Joseph Viana. I do not have a question. I'm just saying, if you have difficulties to open a web page, I provide those services and you can reach out to me. I like this guy. Yes. It's a business forum indeed. There are two questions. It's clear that this commodities stock exists and it's a useful instrument for the market, and certainly our CEO will be able to answer. Now to Abdullah, the practical experience as to how the chamber links national operators who want to export to the EUA, particularly Dubai. I think that aspect is part of literacy, and I think it would be useful if you shared some experience. We've seen the figures, but the practical part has not been shared. And the second question on infrastructure, if you can bring whatever is necessary. And I think the comment raised by our participant, by Sergio, who can help us, who is our advisor, who has been working on this topic in particular. Victoria first, and then Abdullah. Thank you very much for the questions you've raised. In fact, it's very important to understand how we fit into the market. To begin with the question by Mr. Victor, who talked about information dissemination on the products and on the producers and down to the market. But first, our contact with the smallholder farmers is part of an institutional marketing plan, which and we've been talking about this through radio or TV from time to time. But we feel there's a need to get down to the smallholder farmers. And we now have the institutional plan which targets community radios for interaction, because our operations begin with the smallholder farmers indeed when they avail the produce to the market. So, in fact, it's important for them to know us even more. We are aware that there's a lot to be done ahead at this stage when we have challenges at institution transformation to the public enterprise. We want to do the job and we wanted to respond to constraints that occur in agriculture and non-agriculture trade. By the way, the commodity stock is not only on agricultural products, it will also gradually include other commodities in Mozambique. So we are really attentive. We are attentive to communication with the producer. We have a marketing plan which is very ambitious and costs a lot. As I'm here with the private sector, I would like to request support to the stock so that we can get down to the localities where the smallholders are, for them to know this very important platform, which will enable them to have access to a range of buyers. There will be a time when the producer will even have the luxury to choose with who to do business. That's what we want, and we'll get there. And the second question raised by Mr. Victor was on infrastructure, how to reach the market, how producers can reach the market. Well, I've just delivered a brief presentation on the electronic platform for commodities negotiation. This platform is an innovation to our market, but it's not nothing. It's not something new to the world. We have electronic platforms which add value to the market. That is in terms of information, and this platform has the ability to generate market information, which will enable the smallholder farmer to make wise decisions on what and where they can sell. So that's the first aspect. The second is that this electronic platform also it can also be accessed through SMS or through computer or even mobile phone. One being at home, in one of the ways we presented, you can check prices of a certain commodity when you want to avail it to the market. And this SMS application is something the smallholder farmer can have access to. But more than that, the Ministry of Industry and Trade is leading a process of encouraging initiatives for modern cooperativism. And we want every smallholder farmer to join modern cooperatives, and it is with these cooperatives that we're going to deal as the commodity stocks. But because the smallholder farmer alone may not meet the service rendering level demanded by this commodity stock, our thinking is big. We want to include large volumes of commodities, and a single holder will not be able to meet that demand. So we are engaged into the program that the Ministry of Industry and Trade has of engaging the farmers, the smallholder farmers in cooperatives, and we think in that way they will have access to useful information on their intervention in the secondary market. As for collaboration with the Ministry of Public Works regarding roads, well, we are a government and we work together respecting development programs. The Ministry of Public Works, I believe, and I've been following, it has been endeavoring to create roads. They are secondary, tertiary, and main roads. So I believe they're working in order to create conditions so that even in tertiary roads, we may have easy access by smallholder farmers who want to reach national and international markets. And that also applies to maritime routes, etc. As for the question the colleague of Egypt has raised on our webpage, as I said, we are under transformation. This issue is not aside. In fact, the webpage is not operational at the moment, but we were working on it. There's a team working on that, and it will soon be in operation. But it exists at www.vmco.mz, but it's not active. Regarding Miss Paulina's question, if I'm not mistaken, well, it's Angelina, I'm sorry. She talked about the multi-sector working group, which was established to support the fresh produce market, and that included the fund and agriculture, and she proposed it's activated to safeguard the loss of fresh produce. Well, we must be part of that group, but our focus, as per the description of the type of commodities we work with, we are a little bit far away from fresh produce. I do not know this of this working group, but I will just answer that we deal with the grain, dry grain. But cassava may be included in the future, but when it has been dried. So this is the message I leave for now. Thank you. And Mr. Zev, thank you very much for the offer. In fact, it is an opportunity to know you are ready to help us with the web page, but we are already working on the matter. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thought I would be off the hook, but here I am. The question is how we facilitate as the Chamber of Commerce. Well, we add value and facilitate, and we have three areas of operation. One is studies and research, because we have to research to understand market trends. And secondly, we have meeting facilitation services, the matchmaking or B2Bs. So whenever there is a possibility to link an importer and exporter, we do that really gladly. And the third is events, the networking events, business forums, business meetings as we did last year. That's how we work. But another way to better explain our work using concrete examples, we had the cocoa Mozambican exporter who was having trouble with a Dubai importer, and he wanted our certification for the Dubai to be sure he was for real. We worked and we concluded these were the right people, and the transaction was really successful. Then, well, sometimes it's not the exporter who looks for us, it is the importer. We had a case of uh, nuts, ground nuts, and contacts were established. And we also had cashew nuts. We had somebody, I think it was the beginning of this year, if not the end of last year, somebody was looking for cashew nut. We contacted the suppliers internally, and business was done. We had something I have to confess I never imagined we would do, which is mineral water. Mozambican mineral water in Dubai. When they talked about mineral water, I was like, what? Well, there's too much water in Dubai. But in fact, we facilitated trade of mineral water. We researched many companies. We researched market studies on the consumption of water in Dubai and the EUA, and there was a partnership and a cooperation. And in this room, we have a live example of water with the label in Arab, which is obligatory there, just as Portuguese is in our context. And it's important to notice that we do not work alone. We work with the private sector, and now we have a very, very good relations. So we should say that we have a good relation with the Mozambique Chamber of Commerce, and I have to commend Dr. Teresa Mwenda, the Secretary General and the Deputy President, who was with us with the business mission in Dubai. We also work with entrepreneurs from Mozambique. So these have been helping us to do this kind of work. The last example I'll give, which is a product I did not imagine, is scrap. Somebody asked me about scrap from Dubai, and we got in touch with local people, and we managed to find a supplier of scrap. Well, apart from this, we're talking about products, but we also have services. There are consulting and services companies in Mozambique who benefited from the links we established as the chamber, and they provided services to companies that are in Dubai. And this is part of our portfolio. We see it, and we work for some products such as cashew nuts, and we think there is a great market given the huge number of residents. There are many people moving to Dubai. We think seafood has got a big market. And we're also making efforts to import tea and coffee. So there's continuous work in cooperation with our partners. I should not forget APIEX, that has been an added value, and of course the Minister of Industry and Trade. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Valdez did not say maybe he preferred to omit the efforts related to exports to the Arab market. Do you have any involvement of the Chamber of Commerce here or there? Which are the partners with whom you are dealing in terms of increasing the volumes and add value? In terms of your activities as a company, can you elaborate? Because we know that we have an economy which is mainly based on SMEs. It might be an interesting experience to share with us, if you please. Well, thank you very much. Navasan is in the process of expanding continuously of the areas of agriculture. We, South Africa, currently is saturated in terms of absorption of bananas. So in 1 year or so, we may have a production which we cannot sell to South Africa. That's why we are looking for markets elsewhere. So one of which, of course, can be the Dubai, and we are discussing with entities in Saudi Arabia, not only for bananas but also for alfalfa, which is being produced in Masingir, and we are also in the process of expanding ourselves with a company that is in Masingir. So there are many opportunities whereby we are tackling directly, but with the experience that the Chamber of Commerce of Dubai and Mozambique, we can use that channel to promote our future imports and exports. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for a very objective response, and I think that explains the interaction we have just had. It is clear to me that there are no more comments. The commodities exchange is there. It is a necessary solution in our process of dealing with the external markets. We have a chamber that is part of a process that also includes the interaction with the private sector and other associations. And there's a very interesting testimony in terms of exporting to the Arab market. When we speak about exports, we can eventually look at the $7 billion, which are the volume of imports for Mozambique. We have indicated 10 countries, and we can try to look at $1.3 billion, which can actually indicate a growing trend. His Excellency the Minister said that our market has little to do with the local market only. It's regional, it's international, so which means that exporting means that we're talking about something that the continent is handling as a part of integrated value chains. So last but not least, I think that the Chamber of Commerce can think of a confederation of chambers of commerce of the Arab market to maximize the interaction of this market. As somebody said, advising in the previous panel, the psychographics of this market requires a very specific assistance. When they said, well, there's a very specific profile of products and the access for our market includes this or that behavior as we really respect this market. I want to thank our panelists for their presentations and for the questions and answers. And we were really pressed for time. Now let's go for lunch. But if, with your permission, please let us clap for our panel. And I do believe we will use the lunch break for interaction, 2x2, 3x3, whatever, to further explore our interaction to see how to better import export to and from the Arab market. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator. You were really good at managing time, and you have allowed us to exchange very useful information. So you may go back to your seats. So now we will have our lunch break. We will have 1 hour at the most. As it has been mentioned, we are pressed for time. We need to, in the ensuing period, we have to continue to discuss with keen interest. So lunch should not really disincentivize us in terms of a very active participation we have been having thus far. So we count on you to be with us for the afternoon session. In the afternoon, we will have two very interesting themes. The first of which has to do with evolution and the trends of the financial sector in Mozambique, which will be moderated by Dr. Elisio Langa, the General Secretary of the Mozambican Association of Banks, which is one of the sectors that is under pressure given to opportunities or constraints in terms of demand and supply. And we will have a very special panel which will discuss about operational undertakings in Mozambique, which will be moderated by Antonio Macam, who is an advisor from APIEX. So we have very strong reasons to be back here in 1 hour to continue with our interaction, which is very fruitful as we can see it thus far. So see you within 1 hour in this very room. Thank you very much. Secretariat, please make sure that catering should be very flexible in serving our lunch for us to be back on time. person of the stock exchange, Mozambique, Mr. Pedro Paulino, Connect Business project. He will be represented. The moderator will update us in terms of who is representing him. And Albino Andrade, who is administrator of Millennium BIM, will be represented by Mr. Oldmiro Belcher, Chief Economist of Millennium BIM Bank. And then we have the Commercial Bank of Mozambique. PLED will refer to project funding through economic connections for diversification. And still in this panel, external financing for development. So this issue will be covered by Mr. Montecho Cedric, Business Development Director at BADEA, and Mr. Flavio Soares da Gama, Principal Economist of the AFDB. Thus, I would like to invite Mr. Oldmiro Belchior. Please take your seat. Business Connect project. Mr. Montecho Cedric, Mr. Flavio Soares da Gama. I would also like to invite Dr. Salim Vala, the chairperson of the Stock Exchange of Mozambique. Also invite His Excellency Mr. Elisio Langa, who will be the moderator of this panel. Last but not least, Dr. Jamal Omar, Administrator of the Central Bank, just to update us concerning the trend and the status quo in terms of the financial sector in Mozambique. To the moderator, we will give the recommendations concerning time management. We wish you a successful session. Dr. Jamal Omar, if you please. Very good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody is okay after the lunch break. The invited guests, all protocol observed. Once again, good afternoon, very good afternoon. Allow me to, on behalf of the Bank of Mozambique, allow me to express my pleasure for having been invited to provide the keynote to this panel, which will discuss the evolution and the trend of the financial sector in Mozambique. I'd like to salute the panel and to the ministry for selecting such an important theme for the investments in Mozambique. My intervention will be in 4 topics. I will first give a macroeconomic stock taking, so to say. Then I'll discuss the evolution of the financial sector in Mozambique in the last few years. And then I'll speak about the developments identified, and then I'll speak about the challenges identified in the financial sector. Just as it happened in many other African countries, Mozambique is a small and vulnerable country, a country which is vulnerable to multiple shocks, be them external or internal challenges which have an impact in the macroeconomic development indicators. That notwithstanding, the profile of the Mozambican economy has been characterized by macroeconomic stability with an average growth of around 4% in the past 10 years. The annual inflation rate is about 7%, and a considerable improvement of the deficit of the current account, which is about 32% of the GDP in 2014 to 11% in the year 2022. Our conviction is that the macroeconomic stability is a critical condition for the attraction of uh, internal and international investments. Therefore, the success of our mission to fight against inflation goes beyond the purchasing power of the citizenry, but it also has to do with the savings and investment of the private sector. And it is with great satisfaction that as a result of the steps taken today, inflation is at around 3%, and it has been there for the past 2 years. After the year 2016, we were at around 26%. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the transformations that our financial sector has been through in the past few years, the national banking system, which is the critical system of the financial system, remains solid and well capitalized, and the ratio is about 12%. Now we're at about 26%. In the past 10 years, we have noticed a reduction of the institutions under supervision of the Bank of Mozambique. We had 19 in 2015, 15 banks. So that has to do with the merger and the exit of 3 banks after the December 23. We had mainly external capital to the tune of 83%, which means that there was great openness and enabling countries for foreign investment in the banking sector. In the same period, the operators of microcredit and service providers in payment services in the context of the fintech bulge at the markets stock exchange, and the stock exchange has doubled from 2014, and that will be detailed by the stock exchange chairperson. We have our arrangement based in the BADEA agreements, which determine how the international system operates. 2013, the Bank of Mozambique has migrated from a rules-based supervision system, and we moved to the risk-based management system based on what happened in the 2008 financial crisis. In 2024, the risk-based vision or oversight has been reviewed, including fight against money laundering, terrorism funding, financing, and the proliferation of mass destruction weapons. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, many reforms have been implemented in the financial sector, but I will highlight the following. First, to adjust to the growing risks and to adjust to the dynamics of the economic risks, we have adjusted from 1.7 billion meticais coming from about 17 billion. So this has allowed the banks to have enough capital to invest at a large scale, at the same in parity with institutions at a global level, and our resilience has been incredible. What we have witnessed during COVID has also contributed to this stability of the financial institutions, which occurred in the year 2017. Second, we introduced a new legal framework for credit institutions and financial institutions, which requires the institutional norms for credit concession, as well as code of conduct in terms of credit and financial societies. We improved access to financial services through the introduction of the basic banking account or simplified account. We have unique or number, and we reduced the age for opening a bank account. This based on what has been approved in the year 2022. We started the gradual liberalization of the capital account to facilitate the entry and exit of capitals in the country based on the volume of investment under the exchange law, which has been approved in the year 2022. We have strengthened measures related to money laundering and terrorism finding, introducing guidelines based on the 40 recommendations from Gafi, such as the regulations concerning money laundering. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges that the financial system faces at national level, I will refer mainly to four challenges. One is this exposure to emerging risks, which has to do with climate and environment risks, cyber risks, and geopolitical risks, which bring about the challenge of how to include such challenges in the regulatory framework. The second, it has to do with the regulation of Islamic finances. The new legal framework, the law 2020, allows or opens room for the implementation of Islamic finding systems or this particular or equity funding systems. Now, the Islamic funding system can be an alternative to the traditional funding system. Second, it is the development of capital markets for mobilization of and savings management, risk management, and allocation of resources. Fourth is the consolidation of the usage of tangible assets for small loans. These are some. I wind up. This is supposed to help us to understand better the financial sector, and this may allow us to have more investment to the sector. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Good afternoon, representatives of the government, representative of BADEA, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you very much for the opportunity that I've been given to moderate this panel on behalf of the Mozambican Banking Society. My name is Elise Yolanga. As it has been said, there are references that the administrator has just mentioned. One of the issues that we have to retain is that the Mozambican banking sector is yeah, loaded with external banking systems, and which means that the system is already intertwined with foreign systems, and this allows us to easily consolidate our accounting systems. The other critical component is the uh, clear indication of all the relevant legislation, and based on what has been presented, system is resilient, and we are ready to receive any kind of investment. We have internal training systems to accommodate any type of investment. Um, Having said that, the representative of the Ministry of Finance, Economics and Finance uh, will be, I'll ask Dr. Vala to take the floor. Thank you very much, moderator. I'd like to greet all of you and to the fellow panelists also. And I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us to share with you our message. As a starting remarks, I would say that part of what is in presentation, our presentation will be available. Administrator Jamal Omar has already mentioned some of the points which we have, because he has placed issues in context. So the central bank is the regulator of the markets. We hear that the stock exchanges are the barometers. They are the business centers with good governance. And a very critical point I would like to share with you at the beginning is that trust in the market. As a Mozambican, for instance, it has to do with how companies use the capital market. How do they use the stock exchange as a governance instrument, savings? Because after all, the stock exchanges are the rotating plates where investment moves inwards or outwards to other corners of the world, SADC, Africa, Maghreb, Middle East, and wider world. So it's very important to ensure that this channel is used in full, because people don't only go after funding, they also make investments. They transform their savings, orienting such savings to productive investments. By so doing, they issue a signal, they widen the scope, because they show that business are conducted according to international rules, not just local rules, but those which allow the normal operation of the system. Administrator Jamal has said that it is dominated by the banking system. Countries with strong and dynamic capital markets, stock exchanges are the critical means of financing, for example, investments of long-term investments through capital markets. It's important to mention this. the business people can diversify and reduce investment risks. So this is a very important bet for business development, not only because the cost of money is lower and it allows also us to have longer time for repayment. So we also have summary of the financial system. Administrator Jamal has already mentioned some important issues. So we have 20 stock exchange operators. Of those, 15 are banking financial institutions and 5 are brokers or autonomous brokers, which was not available 4 years ago. So we have 5 custodians of capitals. So we have about 26,000 investors with title deeds registered. We have also 22.5% of the GDP with 16 companies which are quoted in the stock exchange. So, in summary, funding becomes lower, but of course, there are counterparts who have to have good governance, and it attracts investors, including foreign investors, and they bring in more business for the company, and it widens the visibility of the company. A company which is listed in stock exchange, it is also important, not only for the investors but also for the public at large. The 16 companies which are listed, for instance, what are the financial instruments of 3 financial instruments? We have shares, bonds, and we have this slide which has 3 key requirements. The legal requirements, most of the companies do have the economic financial component. Some companies do not have good financial health, for instance, and audited accounts. These 2 components are not available. And then we have the market prerequisite, which is actions that can be easily laid off. And some of the companies are not anonymous societies. So the requirement of we have then this slide. In the instrument we have today, so they're not necessarily limited companies, but so some of the operations which we have in Kawara Basa, for instance, the CEO, Dr. Tomas Matola, has mentioned that in the year 2019, Kawara Basa HCB had borrowed 55 million from the capital market. The same year, CDM borrowed $124.5 million. CMH, which is the company which is highly quoted. And we have here also, in terms of debt, we have our debt service, and the state has more obligations than what the business are committing themselves. But here we highlight mainly the financial institutions, and they use the capital markets as a financing instrument. And here we have these 3 stock exchange markets, which is markets, quoted or listed companies, starting by CDM with Tropicalia, which has just been listed. And we have the third market, which has been established in the year 2019. And most of the SMEs are in the third stock exchange market. And here we have this slide that shows that the state is the economic operator that brings a lot of funds for the capital market. Most of the business people are not yet using it to the full. As for the futures, we have the university bonds, the municipal bonds, and sustainable bonds, investment funds, uh, deposit certificates. Mr. Jamal Omar spoke about Islamic financing of sukuks. We are working with our partners, including the regulators, to see how in future we are going to introduce this product in the capital market. And we will have then some technological systems such as dashboard of the balls and the listing system, which allows any citizen anywhere on earth can use uh, English to access information available. In some success stories which we had in our stock exchange, these brands are very well known: uh, energy, hydrocarbon, beverages, communication, bonds, trade, and other companies that are funded through capital market and through the stock exchange, not just to be listed, but also to use the bond market as a funding system. Just to wind up, I'll say that the stock exchange is prepared and positioned to be a rotating platform to promote foreign investment in Mozambique, as it happens in other financial markets where products and financial instruments available to enable the economic potential of Mozambique that we have seen. We discussed about tourism, energy, and agribusiness. The capital market can be critical to deal with business initiatives among Mozambican operators and Arab operators, so we can seize the opportunity of the liquidity available in the Maghreb and the Middle East, and we are willing to introduce new financial instruments as the sustainable bonds and other instruments which were mentioned before in the Mozambican market. And there is a willingness and eagerness both from the investors and from the intermediaries. And we are also interested in having participatory approaches to allow our stock exchange and the stock exchange of the Arab countries. We are members of the ASEA, which is the African Stock Exchange Association. We're also members of the Islamic Conference, Stock Exchange Association. So we believe that in future, through BADEA, through this forum, we will broaden the scope and diversify these instruments which we have been developing. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. All looks normal. I'd now like to invite the second speaker for the presentation. Good afternoon. First and foremost, on behalf of the Millennium Beam Executive Board and the Board of Directors, I'd like to thank you for inviting us to share the overview of the financial sector in Mozambique. Micro overview and not macro as was done before. In the second part, I will share some indicative data on the Millennium Beam performance in the Mozambican market and our strategic positioning in the mid and long term. I have my presentation in English. Actually, I was ready to deliver the presentation in English, even though the thematic content is in English. I will be speaking in Portuguese. Well, as you can see, we have some financial inclusion indicators which show an increase across the years from the pre-pandemic period. Even though there was a decline during the pandemic years, the sector has managed to consolidate the investments in the financial services expansion with a significant increase of bank accounts and bank cards, as well as high competitiveness with the inclusion of new players, which are mobile money operators who are a relevant player in financial inclusion promotion. As regards financial health, I have to say that despite the macroeconomic and environmental challenges Mozambique is faced with over the years, and currently the sector represents a liquidity rate that is comfortable in order to meet the needs of imports, as well as co-finance the growth of businesses in investments from startups, expansions, asset replacement, as well as to support the punctual deficits in cash flow arising from the exploration cycles, which is treasury, which is one of the bottlenecks faced by Mozambican companies, which have got to do with the treasury. So the bank has provided resources in a solid fashion in order to finance the needs of economic agents in Mozambique. Well, the first graph is of interest. I think in Mozambique, at least from the presentations I've seen by other speakers and other institutions who talk about the performance of Mozambican economy, do not do the analysis we have here. If you see, you'll find a correlation between the real GDP and the loan to deposit ratio. It's important to understand the correlation between these two indicators. How is the economic activity evolving and the level of transformation of the financial system? From this one, you will see from the curve that there is a leverage process of the loan to deposit ratio. This means that banks have accelerated in granting credit, particularly in the years where we had the sovereign debt, and that has significant impact to public financing and economic sphere. And this de-acceleration has got a connection or is linked to economic activity. It is not possible for banks to continue giving credit in a healthy fashion, whereas the economy is getting cold. So this is affecting the banking sector. That's why banks had to accumulate very high capital ratios and very high liquidity rates during this crisis. And even with the recovery of economic activity, we had a GDP fall in 2020 and then a recovery in 2021 and continuously between 2022 and 2023. But the transformation level, that is, the resources banks capture to transform into financial credit to meet the needs of the real economy, are still evolving at a timid rate because the bank is still addressing issues relating to bad debts, and they also list production in the bank's portfolio. So the transformation level is still at a low rate. On the graph below, we can see the variation between 2022 and 2023 of the credit by sector. We can see that the variations are negative. The variation rates are negative. They are negative because they reflect the economic moment of the country. Uh, Mozambique has gone through many stages over the last few years, and that demanded for an intervention at the economic policies, be it monetary policy and fiscal policy. With the rise of interest rates in the monetary market, in order to stop inflation, the level of search for financing reduced, and that was reflected in a higher flow of concession. I will talk now about Millennium Beam as we talk about indicators. Well, the Millennium Beam is a market maker, a market and a maker and a money maker, I can say so. As you can see, um, uh, the strength of the bank, it is shown to be innovative, not only for the solution it creates, develops, and implements, but also by its financial health. We are the most efficient bank in the market, with the efficiency level at around 45%, 22 to 23 on average, and adequate equity, which allows us to respond to any adverse shocks in the future. And our profitability in 2023 rose between 20 from 20 to 21%, and our tier one, which is the ratio of robustness of the bank, is at 40.1%, which is a lot higher than the expected limits, demanded limits. How is the bank in the market in terms of inclusion and financial inclusion? Well, we have contributed and we are a direct partner to businesses. Currently, we have more than 55 agencies, more than 450 ATMs, well, over 195 branches, and over 8,800 POS. This is to better serve our consumers and to contribute significantly for turning the economy into bank-based, which is important for the development of the economic sector in the country. Well, we are optimistic for the future. BIM is a bank for the future. The technological solutions we have provided to the market allow us to keep a clear vision and mission of where we want to get in the future. So, the investment in the qualification of banking services and a long term vision for the development of the economy have been our priority. We have been through the different economic cycles of the country, and BIM has been adjusting its business model in order to respond to the needs, to meet the needs of each economic moment. As a strategy, we have six pillars of bank transformation at midterm. The first one is working on innovation of digital solutions and working on the quality of services and strengthening our leadership and value proposal and ensure our sustainability and social impact, as well as to ensure a high level of efficiency and profitability. As the saying goes, we cannot have a prosperous economy without a healthy banking system. For us to have a good economy, we need solid and robust and well capitalized banks, as was said by the administrator of the central bank. because it's vital. The bank is the lung of the economy. The economy cannot breathe if banks are not efficient and do not have a capacity to generate positive value. And last, human capital, which is a strategic one for the bank, because the bank aggregates the most people and invests the most in the capacity building and valuing of human resources. Well, to conclude, we bring this approach to foreign investors and how we can help in capturing foreign direct investment to Mozambique through the provision of solutions for international trade, treasury, investment, and we can also intervene as advisors to investors in the registration of their operations in Mozambique and also in the evaluation and interpretation of the Mozambican legislation, as well as the survey of business opportunities in strategic sectors for the development of the economy. So BIM is working in this. One, with the financier, and secondly, as a provider and financial advisor. To conclude, the bank has a diversified offer at mid, short, and long term. In investment, we have long term facilities with maturities adjusted to the activity cycle for the project. We also have short term facilities which can be treasury, trade financing, and account service. The bank has got some protocol credit lines, and these are on risk sharing agreements with supranational entities, which enables transfer of funds to credit beneficiaries at conditions of price, maturity, and reimbursement. Thank you very much for your attention. Following this one, we'll invite Dr. Sinikinya, who will present some remedies. As was said, that post-COVID, the portfolio was affected. So we will hear what remedies are in existence to improve credit appetite. Good afternoon, dear guests. On behalf of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, the National Directorate of Treasury and Economic Cooperation, would like to thank you all for the invitation. And we have to say that the Ministry of Economy and Finance has got a partner, which is the World Bank, and we would therefore like to share these remedies which can help to enlighten some aspects and make the guests believe in the government response in finding solutions to financing the SMEs. Before questions arise, I had agreed that instead of making the presentation, I would just raise questions of interest. Now, currently, the Ministry of Economy and Finance has got two projects. One is Business Connect, which is more for supporting in capacity building in certification programs to SMEs. We know that the cost to certify businesses are high, so the Business Connect has got a specific line to support businesses in certification, and it also has a line of grants in order to facilitate access to financing. It's also got another project, which is the More Opportunities so translated as mo- as a fund which is under licensing by the central bank, and we believe this will be one of the instruments that will boost the financial sector. How would we assess the evolution of the financial sector? It was well laid out. The financial sector has a positive evolution, but we believe as a government that there are still challenges to the private sector, and the conditions of access and the cost of financing, the interest rates are still very high. And in response to that, the government has recently created the guarantee fund, which will be an instrument that will feed the financial sector to have access. Well, I remember that back in 2015, my colleague, myself and Belchior were talking about the instruments. And back then, one of the interventions I was sharing, because of the deficit, because of the difficulty that was expressed in access to financing, is that there was no guarantee fund that would enable the banks to amortize the credit risk and provide credit at more affordable rates. So the government has created this remedy in order to support the businesses in accessing financing. These instruments will be the fund itself, which is under licensing, and we believe it will soon be passed. And we also have a credit line that will be provided to the bank. And to avoid thinking only on the access to financing, the project More Opportunities has got a line for rotation credit, which will enable that. Well, in the rural areas, there are development banks that are working with this rotation credit, and I think this will also boost rural economy. What has been the contribution of the project in well, for the market? The More Opportunities project will launch two financing lines as grants. Some people have asked why most government projects and World Bank projects are more centered in the north, but we would like to tell you to rest assured and get ready, because the More Opportunities project will launch two lines for 10 major enterprises, and it will come to the south. It will cover Gaza and the Nyambani, and overall it will cover Sofala, Manika, Gaza, and Inyambani. And the sectors that will be covered by this window will be civil construction, tourism, and agribusiness. So we will soon have this by August, I think. The first window will cover two major projects in Gaza and in Nyambani, and we'll have another line that will cover 90 SMEs to cover the four provinces I talked about. I think details on the lines are things we can talk about when we officially launch this financing window. And there's another question on the strategy of the project on the portfolio diversification in order to meet the need of the financial sector in this digital era. Well, in the Business Connect program, we are developing a financial window for digital platforms. That is, we're talking about the rapid growth of the digital market. So we think this is something that can be of interest to the financial sector or some entrepreneurs who have digital products. So under this window, we want to cover at least 10 projects. So when we launch the window, there will be a competitive process where there is a tender and applications are submitted until financing is granted. Well, without going further, I will stop here and I hope I've respected the allocated time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really, you managed to stick to time. I will then ask. I would like to ask Mr. Cedric, the BADEA representative. Sorry. ADB will be the last one. Um, but good afternoon, Dr. Jamal, members of the government, the panelists, dear participants. It's an honor to discuss a critical theme such as this. It's a great initiative, and the topic of this forum is Mozambique as destination for investment. So the African Development Bank is very grateful for the invitation received. The presence of investors, government and international entities, financial institutions, banks, investment banks, business leaders, among others, underscore the growing appeal for investment in Mozambique, and it conveys a strong message that Mozambique is indeed a privileged destination for investment, and this is a call for boosting the investment to higher plafonds. The African Development Bank is committed to engaging Mozambique in the sustainable development, the development of private sector as the engine for development growth is critical, and that has been underscored through a strategy whereby the African Development Bank designed with the government of Mozambique for 2023-2028. And the key part of the strategy is to strengthen good governance with the aim of ensuring the development of the private sector. The African Development Bank also provides loans, non-concessional loans, grants, and we have technical assistance to governments with medium to low income countries, including Mozambique. We use our triple rating, which is triple A. We tell the credit rating that institutions with a very strong balance sheet, which allow us to go to the market and get funding with very low interest rates. And the bank supports the development of Africa through the development of the public funding, but also non-concessional credit with sovereign entities as the ADB. We have two windows, one for the public sector and other one for the private sector. In the public sector, we discuss with government, and the priorities have to be discussed, aligned with the government priorities, and then with the priorities of the African Development Bank. The private sector, as the name so says, goes directly and will interact directly, and that ought to be within the scope of the vision of the country. On the other hand, the bank acknowledging the needs, specific needs of the development of the private sector. We here, in, not only in the continent, but for the Lusophone countries, we have also created a specific line for Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa. As the case of Mozambique, we do have instruments that allow us risk spreading because many investors want to invest, but they also look at the risk level. In the bank, we have this instrument with we call it partial credit guarantee, and we have also partial risk guarantee, and we also have credit lines. Commercial banks may also approach the bank, and to develop the private sector, we also ensure that the interest rates, as indicated here, for the commercial banks tend to be quite high, so we tend to have an interest rate which is lower than what is requested by the commercial banks. We have 43 operations in Mozambique with $1.3 billion in Mozambique. So, and in this window, we fund public and private sectors. We also fund specific projects for the private sector. We use the private sector window. So we fund, for example, the Mozambique Railway, 100 million euros, Cabarabasa, which is about 650 million euros. So the bank knows the great importance for the development of the private sector and to improve the development and to continue to promote local capacity. The African Development Bank committed 2.5 million to improve local content through grants with the fiduciary fund, with multiple donors for the financial actions for youth and women and other funds available at African Development Bank. Last but not least, to say that African Development Bank, as a strategic partner for the Mozambican government, will continue to support the government in the implementation of its strategies, whereby the private sector plays a critical role. Our doors in Mozambique as ADB are open for whoever wants to knock our door. We can have a tete-a-tete to provide more details concerning instruments that are available, which may not be accessed due to the lack of information that instruments that the bank has to fund the private sector in Mozambique. Without further ado, I want to thank you. Thank you very much for committing to stick to time. I'll ask the ADB representative to take the floor.
Excellency,
What is failing? Why is it that national enterprises do not adhere to the stock exchange? And also, I would like to know from Mr. Belchio, this decrease in credit, is it due to the measures implemented by the central bank? I would also like to ask if these measures have affected the central bank directly. Uh, well, the commercial banks, I mean. And as the bank is the lung of the economy, we can say that the central bank measures have highly damaged or disadvantaged, I mean, have been bad to the national economy. Thank you very much. We get your question. I would now like to let the panel explain.
Boa tarde. Se calhar esse seja eu conheço o título do tema dele. Então íamos partir do meu relógio que nós podemos trabalhar com esse.
Well, let's now have the answers to the first round of questions. I'm José Manguele. I'm a logistics operator, and my company has a foreign partner who invested in our company. But when it comes to well, I'm even excited because the central bank is here and is selling financial services to our investors, but the reality is not that good. Why do I say that? Let's imagine we have a transaction with an international enterprise. They pay us, but for the money to hit our account, it takes more than 72 hours. And if we are in a global business environment, logistics is very dynamic, and the time for the money to hit our accounts for us to do business is too long. So are we becoming competitive if we keep it this way? What has the central bank been doing in order to overcome this? We understand that there are anti-money laundering laws, etc., but to some extent we think it is not sustainable the way the financial system works. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our speech has to be in presenting what we can do in order to attract investment. I understand there may be some aspects. Nobody is perfect. The topic on the transactions is something really that will be overcome progressively. But for us not to lose focus, today the key message is investment. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I salute His Excellency, the Minister and the Vice Minister in attendance. On the comments, on the issues raised by Dr. Matonse from on Islamic financing, what happened in the past, and this new move. Well, it was well laid out by the administrator that one of the challenges the bank has is regulation of this new instrument. As we talk about Islamic financing, in the specific case, we also have the colleague from BADEA. There are other instruments, and we are trying to establish the framework, for instance, sustainable bonds, municipality bonds They need instruments that will allow their operationalization within a legal framework. And some of these instruments do not yet exist, but it's a strong message. And I heard from the BADEA colleague that BADEA will be able to support the regulator and the stock exchange, including some commercial banks that are interested in this, because these banks operate in other geographies and they are working with municipality bonds, with Islamic financing, and sustainable bonds, etc. So it is a window of opportunity for us to rapidly have a milestone under which the instruments can be used in Mozambique. And even so, because in Mozambique there is a significant Islamic population, so this is a very good opportunity. Dr. Julio Gonçalves, he raised three questions. There's one I would like to comment very briefly. I did not quite understand from the intervention that were made that the economic situation is very good. We have gone through difficult moments in our country since 2016 with the crisis, then COVID-19. I don't think it would be correct to say that the economic and financial situation of the country is good. It is not, but we have to work, we have to continue pushing, and we need to overcome the constraints. And these forums serve for that. We have international partners to the country, to the government of Mozambique, who are here to share their experience in order to help us address these problems. And some of these problems are not just typical of Mozambique. The world is going through a very difficult moment overall. It was a brief comment because I don't think anybody said the situation was very good. Some messages. Mr. Viana talked about this. What is failing for the Mozambican enterprises not to join the stock exchange? That has been recurrent. What is failing? Why do you say there are windows of opportunity, but enterprises don't use? Those who use the capital market in Mozambique is the Mozambican state that created the stock exchange and has got 100% of the stock exchange. So what is the challenge? We have a financial culture that is dominated by the bank and other financing facilities. That is the reality. We need a cultural change of the financial system. That is work by the regulator, by the banks, and most of the banks are brokers. They are licensed by the central bank to become brokers. We need to work non-stop. The Anglo-Saxon countries like South Africa, we've mentioned here, we have 28.5% of stocks in the GDP. The Joburg Stock Exchange has got centuries. Our stock exchange has just 10, 25 years of existence. So we need to continue working. A very important message, Mr. Minister. A few weeks we were here in this very room and we were talking about private-public partnerships, an event promoted by the business and legal and the government, and we invited the stock exchange, and we came here to say what challenges we have in implementing Law 15 of 2011, the PPP law for large dimension enterprises. The minister, Mr. Magala, was here. At night, he called me and he said, "Yulo, I'm worried with this matter." That intervention and debate has given us a task. We, as the sectors, have to mobilize the sector enterprises for them to go to the capital markets to help address the problems of prevention and combat to money laundering, to get more financing to SMEs in particular. And they've been working on this. Most of the businesses are in the industry, but now we have more in the technology and financial system. But most enterprises are in the industry sector. We are working with the commodities exchange in the deposit certification, but we have to say that the industrial sector enterprises, and we also have a partnership with APIEX. Well, it's just to include foreign investors and make them use the capital markets.
The situation described here is same as
A situação descrita aqui é His Excellency the Minister and the Deputy Minister. Just a question that was raised on human resources. The first point is, what is the bank doing? And my personal perspective, the AFDB, in terms of resources and capacity, all the interventions we are going to implement in every country, including Mozambique, we have a capacity strengthening component. And the AFDB has got many programs for people who would like to have better knowledge as to how the private sector works, or how the bank works with the private sector. And secondly, my own perspective, a lot is said about lack of institutional capacity in the African continent. I don't believe that, because I know that our continent has excellent capacity. Sometimes it's a matter of the use and optimization of these countries. Well, I'll be straightforward. The first question has got to do with challenges facing the bank. The bank is faced with financial and non-financial challenges. We have climate shocks, environmental shocks, exposure to leveraged financing, the deterioration of credit quality in some portfolios, and lack of specialized human resources in some areas, let alone the cyber security risk, which has become significant in the banking sector. Sorry, we'll have to interrupt. We are really, really lagging behind. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellency, with your permission, I tried to hide, but questions hit me all the same. I'd like to take this opportunity to make a few comments on some of the questions that were raised. The first was on Islamic financing. What has changed? And that was said, but I'll repeat. What changed is that the legal framework changed. 15 years ago, we did not have a law that allowed for the implementation of Islamic financing, but the new law, the new of credit institutions of 2020, opens a room for the existence of Islamic financing. And now we are working in order to regulate such law. You may have understood that this week the law regulation was published, the law 2020, but the Islamic financing share is yet to be regulated. And we are having partnerships with other institutions to that end. That's in response to the first question. The other one has got to do with the exchange rate. In this room, we're talking about trends. This was the key objective, to analyze the trends of the financial sector. What we did was to present the trend. The trend can be presented for various periods. We chose 10 years just to see how the financial system evolved. We showed the evolution of the exchange rate over these 10 years. And what we find is stability, and that's what we presented as information. There's been stability over the last 10 years, and even currently, there is still stability of the exchange rate. And stability is always an important factor to attract investment, and this is why we underscore this. We also talked about the effects of the monetary policy in other sectors. It's true that the central bank monetary policy has an objective, and the key objective is to ensure price stability. And as we say, ensuring price stability is very important in the society because it protects the purchasing power of the people. That's important to understand. And if we have a price stability at mid and long term, what will happen is that the economy will be predictable and investments will pop up. So, as we announced in the last session on monetary policy, when we reach stability and low inflation, we begin to think about normalizing the interest rate, something which has begun and was announced by the governor of the bank. The process continues. Its processing will depend on inflation and other aspects yet to come. It is true that just like any policy, we want to reach a certain objective, but there are always side effects. That's normal. Hence, the need for policies from other sectors which will go hand in hand with the policies that are being implemented under the monetary law or policies. Now, talking about failing systems, well, it's important to mention the following. It is a new reform, and it is an important reform in our payments system. And being this a new reform, there will always be initial moments where we'll have difficulties, but we have to overcome this stage and to have the fruit of this system. And this is what will bring good outcomes to the economy. Excellencies, with your permission, these are the notes I would like to share. Thank you. Good afternoon. This is the end of our panel. We acknowledge it's a very dynamic one. And the key note from the presentations we had is that we need to improve the quality of information about the projects. Those who deal with projects will have to promote precise information, and they have to provide any information that can be necessary. And the second note I've managed to retain is that our websites are a little bit sick. So the IT specialist who mentioned this, it can help or support with this. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. It's the end of our panel. Thank you very much, moderator, for this session, which was really on high demand. It was in tandem with the theme of this conference. So please do prepare yourselves to join us for the next panel, which is the panel that will deal with the
which will be moderated by Mr. Antonio Macam.
Dele fará parte o Sr. Ovidio Rodolfo,
We have Mr. Ovidio Rodolfo, General, Director General of Sasol, Mozambique. Please let us check whether the panelists are there. Mr. Pedro Ngulum, EDM Administrator. Mr. Samuel Samgood, Mozal Executive President. Garrett Clifton, Ken Mark, Professor. So these are the people who will lead us with information related to operational undertakings with spin-offs in Mozambique. And without further ado, I'd like to invite the moderator to lead us in this session. Mr. Antonio Macam, please, the gavel is yours. Can you please guide us through this session? Without further ado, if you please. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Good afternoon, panelists, business people. We are already preparing ourselves to wind up this event with this panel, which is so-called the special panel. It is special because these are projects which were among the first mega projects, starting with EDM, Mozal, then we have Sasol, and after Sasol of Kenmare. So there are some of the projects that have developed mega projects post-independence, and they have an experience, so to say. They have brought a certain level of dynamism in the economy, in the way they interact with the local economy, which is an ongoing process. So we want to ask them to discuss with us the perspectives. They may want to tell us, or they may want to share with us some examples of what they've gone through. And they may also want to share with us some perspectives in terms of the spin-offs, which is the key point, that has to do with activities that may result from the key activities undertaken by these companies. But we will also discuss about the possibility that we can see because of these expectations with regards to the development of clusters around specific activities. So this would be the key theme. So I will ask the panelists to, since we should follow the order based on the sequence of their seats, and you can take the floor. As per what is in our program. So I'd like to start by EDM. take the floor. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I'm Pedro Ngelume. I'm the executive admin for business development in EDM. Our business was to bring a set of issues that can promote the clusters. We often say that power is the development factor. I have a presentation that maybe I should share with you to show what are the perspectives that we have as a country, and above all, bring to the potential financiers what can be the attraction in terms of investments for in terms of what can be of interest to mobilize your interest. I don't know how we are going to proceed, but most likely I can briefly show what would be the focal point. Can we just move to the next slide? This is how our presentation is. We've never spoken about our perspectives without discussing how various stakeholders can partake. So we will provide you an overview of the sector. I'll speak in Portuguese. The presentation is in English. The administrator, may you please stand so as to be seen. So I was saying that normally we have this presentation and we cover all important aspects to ensure that all stakeholders who want to interact with us in this area are properly informed. So here we include what the sector is all about, the legal framework, our perspectives and undertakings dealing with connections, the growth of the sector, and we want to be a regional hub, but how to get there, how to reach our customers. And then we have then a set of projects. The most important to retain in this slide are the various and important objectives that EDM has. We want to connect electricity to the country as a whole, and we will do that, ensuring that we secure funding, we secure growth perspectives, but we're also clear that we have a lot of resources, but that alone is not enough. Resources have to be transformed into energy. That's why we have here a strategic position in the Southern Africa region in order for us to be able to export this potential to the regional clients. This slide portrays the way in which the sector has the stakeholders distributed. We are vertically integrated. Therefore, we are part of the production where we have independent producers such as the Agas HCB, and that's why we are here to prove that we are ready to interact with the private sector because they have a very important role to play in the past 10, 15 years. But what's most important to retain is that we have various stakeholders. We as EDM, we are in production, transport, but we are not the only ones. The private sector can also participate in all the other components, production and transport. This portrays what our sector has been along many years, but I will not go through all of it, but I will only say that there are various steps or stages that the sector has been through in terms of the legislation and some of the benchmarks that have allowed us to get to the point where we are today. It's important for us to discuss the new electricity law. It allows private sectors are given their own space for them to be included in the sector as per the regulation or the legislation today. The independent producers may perform in the market provided they're not competing with EDM, and they can, of course, charge for the services that EDM may provide for us to distribute electricity. This new legislation is very important for the private sector because it's important for the private sector to be conversant with this legislation. I will concentrate in this slide because this portrays what is the important role played by the private sector, this is what has been the basis that led us to where we are today, because we have what we call maximum demand, and the chart portrays the south system as about 55% of the demand. In this slide, we can say that having the private sector joining us in the field of production has allowed us to diversify the production of energy in general terms. EDM has had a critical role, but we say that the private sector is welcome, but we have to help them to be a key player in the sector. This slide showcases the recent history of EDM. When we say that we want to cover the country up to, we are at 55%. It's a huge challenge, but the last few years have shown that when we want to have universal access, we had a level of connections, the number of new connections we made were about 150,000 per annum. Now we're connecting 1,500 per annum. We cannot reach the clients without infrastructure, without generation capacity. That is where we need more assistance because the country alone cannot ensure that the resources that it has available are made to reach all the potential customers. We would like to have more than this. This is the new reality. We have grown a bit more than this, but COVID has really brought um, regression compared to what we had achieved. Most likely, we may want to stop here in this slide that portrays what the country has, because we have the renewable energies, we have the hydropower, we have wind power, thermal power, we have also, so these are the projects that we have, and we'll kindly invite the private sector to identify what they can potentially partake in. And in red, we can see gas resources. We have already some gas resources of the San Garcia thermal plant of 450 megawatts of Nacala as a project in our portfolio. In blue, we have the potential hydropower projects. We are aware of the fact that it's important to bring up the renewable energies, what is now seems to be trending, with the so-called green corridors, so as to ensure that we may have highways for these new sources to be brought to the grid in a safe manner and avoid inconsistencies, so as to ensure that we integrate the renewable factors in the system. This slide covers what is the regional network, whereby we are a critical and active stakeholder. Our borders help us to distribute electricity in the market, but it's also important to ensure that new avenues are identified and explored, and such may be there as partnerships. But this also shows that our strategic position in terms of our geography allows us to explore this market. These are some of the boundary projects where we already have access in terms of placing our power production. Here we have the example of the way in which we reinvented the sector to ensure a greater transparency. We have moved from bilateral negotiation to public tenders. The private sector can also bid, and they may be also approved as the best offer, and in partnership with the EDM, they can also eventually be elected. We have the partnership on renewable sources, which brings about lower rates. Well, I'll wind up my presentation at this point. Thank you. Thank you very much, Administrator Pedro, for your presentation. It portrays a number of opportunities. I would like to invite Mozal CEO. Your presentation, please. Good afternoon. I would like first to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Minister 7 minutes. I'm the CEO of Mozal. Mozal is an aluminum smelter company. We produce 570,000 tons of aluminum, primary aluminum. I say approximately 570 because it depends of the load shedding. Although we don't have load shedding in Mozambique, we suffer the load shedding from South Africa. We consume 950 megawatts, so we can switch off a line for about 1 hour. ESCOM does not have to resort to thermal so they use us as their backup system during the peak hours. So we export aluminum. We have the factory and we have a port which is about 17 kilometers away from the factory. So we produce aluminum and it is exported, which is a leasing because we operate our port. The silos are ours. We built them. And we have the support of the port in the maritime component. What could be the spin-offs of the aluminum industry? First, in the field of electricity, because often we say that aluminum is a liquid energy. 950 watts apart from South Africa through an arrangement we have, because we have an infrastructure that supplies electricity to Mozal, and there's an opportunity very soon. We will have the power supply from Mozambique, and we think that Mozal will soon be supplied directly from Mozambique. So it is an anchor project for the development of industrial park. Beluan Industrial Park started with 100% of its capacity to supply Mozal, but that has reduced by about 70% because we have a lot more undertakings. So this is a critical aspect for Mozal. The other important aspect, which is the development of aluminum industry. We now only provide 50,000 tons to Medal, which is a company that produces cables and rods, which is about 50%, which means that about 93% of what is produced is exported abroad. So Mozal Aluminum has our operational performance is comparable to the world average, because this is. On the other hand, we also have a service area, which is an area where, from industrial maintenance, for instance, last year, locally, we spent 8 billion meticals. We do have tenders for local companies to have a partnership to provide services. The other issue which is critical is the social component. When we started Mozal, that area was semi-rural. Mozal now is in the municipal council. So this is an opportunity because the infrastructures that were developed by Mozal have allowed us to transform that area into a municipal sort of setup. I have also to underscore that we invested a lot in technologies, and one of the based on the hardware that is already there, we are already implementing a technology which will the pots are where we produce aluminum that used to be done through an iron rod, but now we have increased the production capacity, and now we are able to provide aluminum to the local market. And this is something that in a midterm, just as it happens in other countries where this is what is used for the development of the countries. We invest in terms of capacity building, technical capacity. We have 90% of Mozambican manpower because we have been investing in capacity building, and that has allowed us, because those who are not employed by the company may have self-employment capabilities, and this brings synergies, be it in terms of development of individual capacities, be it a development of the SMEs. Thank you very much for sticking to time. We will have time to, because apparently we're going to follow the I will invite Ken Mayer. Sasol was the third, following the order of growth in terms of mega projects. Of Engineer Ayrton Rego. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Minister. My name is Ayrton Rego. I am the Director for Government Relations, and I am pleased to explain what Sasol has been doing as of late. From the year 2000, when we signed the government of Mozambique, 2004, we started to operate in Timane. We started to produce based on the petroleum production agreement. That was the license that has led us to build the plant that has been operating from 2004. As for production, we have been improving as time went by. This production has led to the installation of Maputo power station with 106 megawatts. And then we moved to Kuwaninga with 40 megawatts, and with 49 we participate in CTRG. And then we have Temanino, which we consider to be our base to operate and to cover the neighboring districts with 11 megawatts. During this period, we continue to link, connect to the markets, and we're going to go up to the year 2023. In the subsequent, in the ensuing stage, with the production sharing agreement with an investment coming to $760 million. And this project included drilling, the installation of new units, new production units in Temane. The new plant is very close to the Temane thermal plant, and we have the Temane power station, which is even closer, and we have a conglomerate of developments, which is very interesting. This production sharing agreement is in a very advanced stage, and we believe that by the end of the year we will have beneficial operation so as to be able to connect to the thermal. I had mentioned that what has led us to connect to the market with the PPA license with 450 megawatts is an added value to the power matrix by Sasol, and we do believe that this will catapult the Mozambican market. Thus, the production sharing agreement includes LPG, which is the botanic gas, which will be we will think to have 30,000 tons per annum, and I will be able then to supply the Mozambican market. Now we think that in terms of priorities, we want to maintain the sustainability basis in Mozambique to ensure that available assets continue operational, and we will invest in some projects in order to revitalize the PPA license.
And even continuing with the PSA into the production phase. Still important is the fact that we have a pipeline with 865 kilometers from Temane, and in Mozambique we have about 500 kilometers. That is under Rompo. We operate the pipeline, but this is an important route which can withstand this expected development. Above all, we will continue interested in understanding what the northern dynamics will be. It's important to see how we can materialize the development with existing infrastructure and the development of the north of Mozambique. Well, to cap it all, well, this is all I have to share. We're open to answer any question. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yilton. We had a bit of what we already know. What you've done, what you're doing. We want to know more as to what will happen, the prospects. So we'll also talk about that. Thank you. And following this, we're going to have the last intervention from the panel. We're going to have the presentation by Kenmar. So I now invite Mr. Garrett Clifton to make a presentation on what Kenmar is doing and the prospects under the topic in analysis. Thank you very much, Excellency Minister of Industry and Trade, dear participants. I'm Garrett Clinton, Director of Kenma Resources, company that is exploiting the heavy sands in Moma. I will be speaking in English. It will be easier for me and it will help our guests to the country. We're all tired. I'll try and be brief. We've had a presentation by EDM who gave us the future outlook and the inclusion of private sector given the growth of the energy market. But it doesn't end there. We also have the demand from the regional market, and they also presented the fact that there are clean energies in Mozambique. As for Mozal, they want to make energy supply. They want to make the factories even more national, and they want to allocate more aluminium in the market. That's what we're looking for, because clusters are not just about the contracting of goods and services. We would like to hear more from Sazol, who have a very good footprint in gas exploitation. We're gonna have the cooking gas in Mozambique, and as for Kenmare, they have work underway, which is the reallocation of national suppliers to the Dupido area. I think that that will make a difference in that area. And they talked about the capacity to increase the capacity in the future. We would really like for this and more to happen. Having said this, I would rather we move on to the next stage, which is the Q&A. I would stimulate the debate, raising one question. Something I think should be elaborated on is what further opportunities are offered by your companies in relation to subcontracting, but this in view of capacity development or collaboration with local SMEs for this to be even more robust. So a bit more of localization of your inputs in your operations. Another other question we would like to hear more about is what vision your companies have, and what vision can Mozambique have in terms of spin-offs and clusters development. We should not just limit ourselves to exporting raw material. If we want contribution to the economy, it is good to increase value. So this is not to be done by other people. It begins with us. Also, another aspect which has got to do with communities. The projects were established in areas and that they created lots of expectations. So there are some activities, but there's a new approach. Well, they have great social impact. Those are the inclusive businesses. So it's not just one infrastructure here and there. We need to take into account that the communities have to be part of that transformation. Otherwise, we're going to have two worlds at the same place. So, what do your businesses think about this inclusive businesses approach, or the so-called empowerment? community empowerment. These are some of the introductory questions to the Q&A moment, but we hope questions will come from the audience. So the business people in attendance may be interested in that, and they will raise their questions. So this is the moment for Q&A. It's working, it's working.
Good evening. Thank you for
Boa noite, obrigado pela partilha da informação interessante. Minha pergunta, bom, durante a preparação do fórum vi que há muita energia em excesso e Moçambique até exporta energia elétrica. Será que os planos para energia, com planos de energia eólica e solar, será que poderão ter um regulamento que permita a mineração de criptomoeda em Moçambique? Operações em criptomoedas, se bem entender.
Again.
Good afternoon, I'm Joel Mole from GM Group. I'm NDT Inspector. I have two, if not three, questions. First of all, I would like to thank the panelists for the information shared. And straight to the point. First, I commend Mr. Samuel Gudu. I worked with him since 2004, from manager to superintendent, cast house, port shells in Mozal. Well, we worked together in NDT. And to the core of the business, as we are in an investment forum, not just to Mozambique, but mega projects. What are the major projects doing to support the SMEs? And to the state now, what happens with mega projects is that they end up not supporting national enterprises. Well, they may even support, but payments are an issue. There are mega projects that pay 60, 90, or 120 days following the submission of the invoice. And not all SMEs can wait for 6 months to get paid if they're working. If we are supporting for the growth of the SMEs, well, the state would have to intervene into that and help the enterprises, because I will invest and do quality work, and then I'll be suffocated because the project is big. So the quote may be approved. You told you've won, it's 5 or 10 million, but you have to wait for 3 months to get paid, and that is not good. And when you complain, they say you are not ready. It's not because the SMEs are not ready, but they have financial constraints and they cannot afford to wait for 3 months after delivering the services to get paid. So I think the government should step in and help to address this matter for the support of SMEs. Good evening, Kalumia from the Confederation of Business Associations. It's good to hear we have got huge investments and that there is a concern with the participation of the national private sector. But we're still concerned. By the way, I had a meeting with the logistics sector and they complain that many tenders are international and foreign companies are hired, particularly South African companies who end up subcontracting Mozambican companies. I saw that at Mozal and Sazol, where particularly logistics was done by South Africans who subcontracted Mozambicans. Back then, we did not have local capacity, but today we have it. So if there was better interaction, not at short term, but at mid and long term, for local enterprises to get ready to provide services and meet the demand of mega projects. Because what happens? The information may not be available and the local enterprises do not have time to get ready. If there is a communication window for local enterprises to get ready to deliver, that would help. In such a meeting, we talked a bit more than logistics, which was to see or to analyze with the multinationals what is imported for consumption, to see what can be done locally in order to encourage local enterprises to produce in order to meet the needs of mega projects. And specifically relating to EDM, the off-taker. We spoke about energy. Today we're talking about renewables and clean energies. In other geographies, people talk about energy credits. The wind and solar producers, energy generators can sell these to the main companies because sometimes a lot is captured from solar systems which is not consumed. So if there was a system to provide energy to EDM could sell this to other consumers. Thank you. Well, let's allow the panelists to react. Thank you very much. I'll try to answer from my experience with Mozal regarding the questions that were raised. Overall, well, regarding the first question, which has got to do with payments, in particular to SMEs, well, the payment terms are usually at around 30 to 60 days for SMEs. But we analyze that on a case by case basis. There are micro businesses or startups for which we change the payment terms. We have expedited payment terms. Well, but the standard payment terms are 30 to 60 days. But we do step in when we understand there is a treasury problem with the company. But you have to understand that the volume of transactions that we make per day or week is huge. It is thousands of daily transactions. Now, regarding logistics, I can say that one of our suppliers in logistics is a Mozambican company, and that for about 2 years. You can pay attention to the road from the aluminium smelter to the port. You will see it is a Mozambican company because we have realized there's local capacity. I would also like to request the Confederation of Business Associations. I've been here for years, but the Confederation has never conducted a business mission to Mozal. What you do abroad, please do it inside, because sometimes it's easier for us to complain. Now, regarding well, that's the that's all that was raised. For now, I think I will hand the floor to my fellow panelists.
Thank you very much. With regards to support to SMEs, Sasol has a strategic plan for local content with the government of Mozambique, and we have various pillars where Sasol is working towards strengthening our interaction with companies, mainly at a local level, down to the grassroots, but we also deal with the provincial level. We have also a fund with the BCI, with this investment commercial bank, or commercial bank for investment rather. We have a high turnover rate, which allows us all to reinvest. And capacity building for companies. About 6, 7 years, one of the major complaints was the lack of access to information in terms of the safety criteria were very strict. So we opened room for capacity building in order for us to be ensure that companies are prepared to compete with other companies in the international market. So it is encouraging to see the growth in terms of the numbers of Mozambican companies that are fully registered as Mozambicans, and those which are partially registered as or are Mozambicans owned, and some of those which are registered in Mozambique but are not owned by Mozambicans. We are. This is also related to the implementation of projects in Mozambique. A very important issue, which was rather provoking, is the fact that at the community level, we do have what we call them flagship projects, which we call local development agreement, which is an agreement signed with the government of Mozambique and the communities in order for us to implement projects and which will benefit the community. And some of these projects aim at building capacity of the communities to be self-reliant. And we do understand that we may not cater for all the employment needs wherever we are operating, but we can see that some of the members of the community which own these small companies are already providing services to Sasol. Thank you very much. There were 2 points that apparently are directed towards EDM, and I will tackle the one which has to do with ensuring that all independent producers can be able to sell to the grid. The new electricity law already allows that to happen, and we have a regulation on renewable energy. Why do we do that? Because renewable energies that are brought to the grid, we have a different type of contract. We have to have a direct negotiation. The network manager is EDM, so we have to ensure that in terms of safety for supply ought to be clearly defined, because we have examples whereby the regulation is not well implemented. You see what happened in South Africa. Excess production by the local suppliers brought problems. Fortunately, we don't have that kind of experience, but EDM currently is the GERD manager, and we also the independent operator. The law also allows the network operator to be independent, and the operator then may be able to determine who is fit to play which role, and because those who manage the GERD have also the specific costs that ought to be, because if somebody's going to supply energy that is not steady, and I'm coming to very specific examples, because various independent producers, they come and they ask us to purchase at the same basis as if it were a barter, but the reliability level can be different. So these are some of the factors that ought to be considered when we deal with independent producers. So if you bring a reliable source, then I can ensure that we deal with a reliable quality. But if it is intermittent or inconsistent, we will have then to have a balancing element that will ensure that because I will then be providing a service to the service provider. So this is part of the challenges that we have to consider. And it's better for us all to have the same level of understanding to know whether all that is expected from those who purchase electricity has the value that is expected, because there's some challenges that is important to have them solved over time, because we do understand that under normal circumstances, when we have an source given the condition, we may then, and they may even ask for a higher tariff, contrary to what we normally purchase. So we have to have into consideration all these factors. We shouldn't just think of what is on sale. We have to be able to understand that both parties of the business do have the same perspective. I would like to understand what was the objective of the person who asked a question on the renewable sources, because we are already implementing and incentivizing the participation of the SMEs. But if it is out of the GERD, that can be, I cannot speak about regulation because that is the role of the regulator. And I will be really having a conflict of interests at stake. Thank you. Alguns comentários feitos em relação ao que nós fazemos para as comunidades, a apresentação em si Nós temos a Associação de Desenvolvimento, que dá apoio em 4 áreas relativas ao desenvolvimento social, educação, saúde, água e saneamento. E temos também a parte inclusiva, tem a ver com a educação e o apoio. Eu mencionei o que nós fazemos quanto ao apoio a pequenas empresas na educação. Nós construímos, financiamos a Politécnica na localidade, damos bolsa de estudo aos locais para estudar e vêm e têm postos de trabalho na empresa, e os gestores devem vir da comunidade, não de Nampula, Beira ou Maputo, mas é um desafio e não é algo que nós podemos fazer sozinhos. Trabalhamos com o governo e outros parceiros, especificamente falando dos termos do crédito. Entendo a frustração, eu sei. Gestores financeiros sempre gostam de prorrogar o mais longo tempo possível. Nós lidamos com 30 dias, nós lidamos com o assunto de uma base caso a caso, podemos fazer 2 pagamentos por mês em algumas circunstâncias, e também o que nós fazemos com alguns fornecedores que têm dificuldades financeiras, nós colocamos-los em comunicação com o setor financeiro e nós damos as garantias aos bancos para permitir que eles possam ter facilidades de desconto nas suas faturas à sua disposição. E, por último, quanto ao comentário da CTA em relação à logística, bom, nós tomamos nota, apraz-nos, pois, que também o nosso provedor principal para materiais operativos, não para os capitais, é um pequeno transportador de Nampula, com quem começamos a trabalhar 10 anos. Ao longo dos anos, ele criou a sua frota, a sua capacidade, progrediu o transporte na província, agora já faz transporte do Maputo até o local, já faz até as importações a partir de Joanesburgo também. Ajudámos-lo a registrar-se na África do Sul também com a Autoridade Tributária da África do Sul e nós demos-lhe muito apoio para conseguir chegar a esse ponto. Vamos trabalhar com as empresas que possam, de fato, provar-se, que possam ter a possibilidade, pode ser quando, se puderem, de fato, fornecer-nos no terreno, podem mandar-nos com um caminhão sul-africano. Há ocasiões em que isso acontece, mas apraz-nos sim o apoio que temos dado aos nossos provedores de serviços em Moçambique. Muito obrigado. Thank you for your reply. I think that those who presented the queries are satisfied. This is just an induction. Conversations can continue even after this session because we are really tired. But there is a request that has been presented to the government concerning the challenges that the national companies are having, mainly the SMEs, when dealing with the big companies. The state, maybe the state may want to comment right here. I would like to ask the director of APIEX. She's one of the institutions that promotes these linkages between the SMEs and the major companies. Don't know whether do you have a comment? Thank you very much, Engineer Makamu. My response would not be with regard to support by the government, but I would like to just respond to a concern which was brought up by one of the speakers. It has to do with investment opportunities. Just to say that we have APIEX, we implement a system that aims at bringing together big companies with closer to SMEs in order for them to interact with this SPX program. Is a platform that identify major projects with which we have been working, such as the case of Kenmare, and we identify investment opportunities in terms of goods and services and provide or avail this information to the national companies. And companies then can interact with APIEX. This information is available and it is critical for SMEs. This is my contribution and I thank you. Thank you very much. We are now coming to the end. If there's any advice that our panel members want to give to the newcomers concerning their future perspectives. I think that we always say that we're not an island. We are hosted by a community, and one of the experiences we meet every 6 years with our communities and all the stakeholders who are working with us, and we do have feedback in terms of our impact, the impact of activities. We are open to for dialogue with anyone who interacts with us concerning what we can do for the improvement of the business environment for us to leverage our country. Thank you. Well, I will yield the floor to the MC, who will then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are at the very last minutes of this Arab Investment Forum. We started yesterday and in a very dynamic manner. We are now coming to the end of this session. Now we are coming to the closing ceremony. We are going to have some speeches by the CTA representative, the BADEA representative, and the closing speech by the Minister of Trade and Industry, who is the host of this important event in which we participated. Thus, I would like to invite Mr. Zunaid Kalumia, to come here to the podium to address us on behalf of the private sector. And before that, I would like to apologize, but I'd like to ask His Excellency the Minister and the Presidium that will be with the Minister to come to the high table and our BADEA partner. So now we are ready to for the closing ceremony. As I had indicated earlier, Mr. Zunaid Kalumia, Deputy Chair, may you please address us concerning the private sector of Mozambique. Good evening, everybody. Your Excellency, Silvino Moreno, Minister of Trade and Industry, Mr. Sid Alta, Chairperson of BADEA, dear businessmen, my peers, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to, on behalf of CTA and in my own behalf, I'd like to salute the government of the Republic of Mozambique, led by His Excellency the President of the Republic, Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, concerning his activities in the field of economic diplomacy. This forum in Mozambique is a direct result of that exercise. We commend Ministry of Trade and Industry for the practical coordination that has resulted in the holding of this investment forum, which has come to its end. We also commend the Arab Development Bank for Africa for the achievements reached in this event. We also salute all panelists who took part in this process and have shared with us their knowledge and experience, and most were focused on search for solutions for partnerships between Mozambique and Mozambique businessmen and their peers from the Arab world. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the economic growth dynamics in Mozambique has brought along great expectations concerning the levels of forex in the country, and the challenge becomes even wider when it comes to ensuring the enabling environment as an incentive for foreign direct investment. Amongst these challenges, we can highlight namely the implementation of the approved reforms through the package of economic acceleration measures, as well as the approval of reforms leading to incentive to investment in key sectors of the national economy. Here, we make specific reference to the sectors whereby the country has comparative advantages, which may be agribusiness, water processing, tourism, transport, logistics, sea economy, oil and gas, including whole value chain, energy, inter alia, based on the various debates in the thematic discussions. We have the roots for the operational component, such as the introduction of legal reforms, deeper legal reforms for the materialization of the economic goals of the country. For that matter, we are challenged as a state to, in a joint manner and coordinated with all the living force of society, to achieve this common objective, which is the socio-economic development of the country. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as for the panel for the development of tourism sector, on the occasion we have shared investment opportunities, which was evaluated in more than $100 million along key tourism destinations of the country. Besides, on the panel for development in agribusiness and considering the great potential that the country has, namely the great or the large swaths of land and agroecological conditions for the development or production of any crop. We do believe that the Arab market is very attractive to agricultural products from Mozambique. Investment for materialization of export of agricultural produces, uh, Mozambican business and Arab business can cooperate because the capacity the country has, only 20% is being explored. As for the African Free Trade Area, there's a market of about 1.7 billion persons. There is an environment for agribusiness, logistics, roads and transport, hydrocarbons, renewable energy, strategic minerals for the production of batteries, tourism, inter alia. As a matter of fact, we need to maximize our investments in order for us to achieve or to make use of the benefits and gain from the opportunities offered the African free trade area. And we have to bear in mind the potential of this market, which is out of which the location of Mozambique is a critical component. To wind up, we would like to reiterate our motion of thanks and would like to ensure that all that has been discussed here be followed by materialization of what has been agreed upon. And we hope that there will be a collaboration to follow up. And we thank you very much.
Following that, I would now like to invite the representative of BADEA, who will also address the audience with the final remarks for the forum.
Excellency, Mr.
And now we've come to the formal closing of this Arab Investment Forum conducted in Mozambique. And I therefore have the honor to invite His Excellency, the Minister for Trade and Industry, to make the closing speech. Your Excellency, Deputy Minister of Industry and Trade, of Culture, no, to the President of CTA, to the representative of the President of BADEA, to the attendees from the private and public sector, representatives of business associations in Mozambique and in the Arab countries, distinguished businessmen and women, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and satisfaction that I address you all, government representatives, the BADEA, businesses, and national and foreign guests in attendance of this Arab Investment Forum conducted in Mozambique under the topic Mozambique, a preferential investment destination. During these 2 days, we had representatives from the Mozambican government with key highlight to the honor we had with the participation of His Excellency Mr. Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, the President of the Republic of Mozambique, who made the opening speech. We also had the special participation of His Excellency Mr. Sidiu Uta, the President of the BADEA, our strategic partner for the implementation of this initiative. This important event has also seen the participation of private and public entities from Mozambique and Arab countries and the representatives of the diplomatic corps to Mozambique, chambers of commerce, economic associations, panelists, academics, among other guests. We have recorded in-person participation on average in each session about 200 guests, and for the 2 days we had 1,056 participants virtually. It is with great pleasure that I inform that the presence of these entities representing various economic associations from Mozambique and Arab countries in the hybrid meeting represents the hope and trust in prosperous businesses between Mozambique and Arab countries. Distinguished participants and guests, the Arab Investment Forum is an initiative between the government of Mozambique and the BADEA, which aims to promote investment opportunities in sectors of great potential in order to attract Arab capital to Mozambique, namely agriculture, infrastructure, energy, tourism, manufacture, as well as bankable projects with a focus on sustainability and industrialization. The conduct of this event is within the government's actions with the key objective of promoting the private sector as the gear for economic development and to attract private investment as provided for under the government 5-year plan and the investment promotion strategy. It is therefore why in this international dimension event we chose a strategic theme for interaction the following. On day one, the panel on economic development, our prospects, and the agribusiness sector development. The third panel, which was on investment opportunity in industry, and the fourth panel, which was investment opportunities in infrastructure. On day two, which is today, the fifth panel was on opportunities in tourism, and the sixth panel was on investment opportunities in the energy sector, and the seventh panel was on export opportunities to the Arab market, and yet another panel on the trends and evolution of the financial sector, followed by the special panel where we heard our business people who already have projects underway in Mozambique. We had speakers, renowned speakers, whose presentations triggered debates in investments in agriculture, infrastructure, energy, mineral resources, among others, which the Republic of Mozambique has great potential in, as well as the promotion of mutually beneficial business partnerships. We are clearly happy with the achievements from the realization of this forum, because we have managed to see in the faces of the participants the expression of self-trust, determination, and readiness to invest and enter into partnership in various sectors. And it is up to us to create an enabling environment in order to make the country competitive in the regional and the continental scale. Dear participants, during the initial session, His Excellency Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, the President of the Republic of Mozambique, announced that the investment of Arab countries in 5 years has grown considerably, having as key investor the UAE with investments which gives it the first position of 10 countries with about 850 million USD. Given these and taking into account the capacity of Arab countries, the Republic of Mozambique wants to continue as a strategic partner with the Arab countries through deepening its relationship with Arab countries. The proactive participation of the Mozambique business segment and the Arab business segment will be key for us to reach the expected development outcomes in Mozambique, which is the economic transformation of the country and bringing it up to international level. We are convinced that this forum represents the response we all wanted in order to boost the interaction between Mozambique and the Arab countries in the domains of trade, and in this way to generate positive impact for investment in the commercial scale, in generating jobs and wealth, and contributing in this way for the development of their country and the strengthening of international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to thank BADEA for supporting the Mozambican government through technical assistance in the selection and promotion of more than, say, 100 bankable projects, and also the realization of this forum, the result of which will deserve our total attention, as well as of the local businesses. I commend APIEX and partners and all those who engaged in order for this event to come true, which elevates our country in the context of nations in the fight to reach economic development. A special thanks to participants and guests from panelists, national and foreign, business people, the people of health and safety, among others, who did not save efforts for the success of this event. We are all sure that other than promoting investments, the business forum is also an opportunity to disseminate and share information on sector policies and strategies, as well as the vision of the country for the economic outlook of the country, which is an added value, because in the business world, information is an important tool for decision making on investment. we also take this opportunity to share with those in attendance that one of the outcomes of this business forum is to ensure the establishment of a facility that will be available for the private sector to finance industrialization initiatives through the agreement that will be signed next week between BADEA and the Mozambican government. Thank you very much. And to conclude, we invite all the Arab and Mozambican business people to participate in the Maputo International Fair, which is to be held between 26 August and 2 September this year. And we hope you leverage that in order to enter into partnerships with other national and international companies. We would like the fair to become a platform which will give continuity to the dissemination of business opportunities that were promoted during this business forum, and also to consolidate the business partnerships that have been established. The diplomatic relations between the Arab countries and Mozambique, we reiterate our plea for the dissemination of the project portfolio as well as the valuable support we are given, and we are sure this will continue, and Mozambique will be chosen as the preferential destination for investment, a fact which in fact inspired us to adopt the theme of this business event. To conclude, I wish all the participants from the Arab countries and all the other participants safe travels back home, in the hope that someday you will be coming back with investment projects ready for implementation in Mozambique. Having said so, I declare the closing of the Arab Investment Forum in Mozambique. Thank you very much for your attention. It is true the event is over, but let's just take a group photo just to mark this occasion. Please support us in the display for us to take the group photo.